Members of the Senate will come to order. Please rise for the invocation by Rabbi Brian Friedman, Temple Beth Shalom in Austin. Rabbi, good to have you with us.
In Psalm 90, the psalmist asks God to help us number our days that we might obtain a heart of wisdom. In Jewish tradition, we are in a time period known as the Omer. It is the weeks following Passover, marking the biblical time from the Exodus from Egypt to Revelation at Sinai. In Torah, God commands the Israelites to count each day during this time, and the ancient sages developed a tradition of not counting down the days, but rather counting up. In this way, it is emphasized that each day we should be on a path upwards, seizing the opportunity for spiritual growth and increased levels of holiness. The Omer period is not unlike this legislative session. Those who occupy seats of power and responsibility only have a limited number of days to accomplish their work. We therefore ask you, O God, to be with the members of this Senate and inspire them to make each day count, to see in each day the opportunity for insight and the obtaining of wisdom to govern our state for the benefit of all of its citizens. May this be a body in which the voice of every Texan counts, and one in which every day counts in the pursuit not only of responsible public policy, but also a heart of wisdom. May this be God's will, and let us join together in saying, Amen.
Thank you, sir. Dean of the Senate moves to excuse Senators Sparks and Birdwell on account of important business in the district. Any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is adopted. Senator Flores, Doctor of the Day. Senator Flores, you're recognized. Introduce the Doctor of the Day.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Today I'm introducing Dr. Vicki Backus-Webb of Midland on behalf of Senator Sparks, who is absent today with important business in the district. It is a great honor to have Dr. Backus-Webb here as our Doctor of the Day. Dr. Backus-Webb is a board-certified family physician practicing in Midland. She graduated from AUA College of Medicine and completed her residency at Texas Tech University Health Science Center. She now treats a full spectrum of family medicine, including pediatrics, geriatrics, women's wellness, and is passionate about fighting for the underserved. Thank you, Dr. Backus-Webb, for volunteering your time to serve as our Doctor of the Day.
Welcome, Doctor. Good to have you with us. Members, if you can all take your seats, we'll begin our ceremony today. Members, if you can take your seats so we can start our ceremony today. Thank you. Thank you, members. I know sometimes you can't hear with the echo. Senator Whitmire, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Mr. President, today is Former Members Day, a day that we set aside to recognize the service of those who came before us and to acknowledge the commitment they made to their state and the Senate. It is my distinct privilege and pleasure to introduce former lieutenant governors and former senators who honor us with their presence today. The members will be introduced in alphabetical order, including their hometown, their tenure in the Senate service, and the period in which they served. Mr. President, let's begin. First, we have the Honorable Richard Anderson, served from Marshall from 1986 to 1989.
John, only you were serving since the 1800s.
No, I was getting confused. Richard Anderson, thank you. Special person, the Honorable Gonzalo Barrientos from Austin, who served from 1985 to 2007. Good to see you, Gonzalo. Next, we have the Honorable Buster Brown, Lake Jackson, serving from 1981 to 2002. Thank you, Buster, for allowing me to sit in your office. Next, no visitor to the Senate, the Honorable Don Buckingham from Lakeway, 2017 to 2023. The Honorable Land Commissioner, Don Buckingham. Next, we have the Honorable David Kane from Dallas, from 1995 to 2003. David Kane. Next, we have the Honorable Kent Caperton from Bryan, from 1981 to 1991. Welcome, Kent. Next, the Special Honorable Wendy Davis from Fort Worth from 2009 to 2015. Welcome, Senator Davis. Next, the Honorable Michael Galloway from the Woodlands from 1995 to 1999. Good to see you. Next, a good friend, the Honorable Kent Hance from Lubbock, from 1975 to 1979. Next, we have the Honorable Don Huffines from Dallas, 2015 to 2019. Our friend, the Honorable Kyle Janik from Harris County, 2002 to 2008. The Honorable Glenn Kaufman from San Antonio, 1971 to 1987. Next, a trailblazer, the Honorable Cindy Taylor Cryer from San Antonio from 1985 to 1993. Next, we have the Honorable John Mumford from Lubbock, 1983 to 1996. Welcome, John. Next, the Honorable Jerry Patterson from Pasadena, 1993 to 1999. Next, another trailblazer, the Honorable Florence Shapiro from Plano, 1993 to 2013. Next, the Honorable Todd Staples from Palestine, Texas, 2001 to 2007. Next, the Honorable Letitia Van Depute from San Antonio, 1999 to 2015. Next, special friend, the Honorable Kirk Watson from Austin, 2007 to 2020. Welcome, Mayor. Next, the Honorable Jeff Wentworth from San Antonio, 1993 to 2013. Next, the Honorable Tommy Williams from the Woodlands, 2003 to 2013. Next, Mr. President, members, a very special guest returning to the Senate after his service, the parliamentarian Secretary of the Senate, did it all. Charlie Snabel, the youngest elected Secretary of the Senate and the second longest serving Secretary of the Senate ever. Welcome, Charlie. No. Mr. President, that concludes the list of former members, and I would ask you and the current members of the Senate to help me welcome them back home and extend our heartfelt gratitude for their dedication to Texas and in particular to the Texas Senate. The Texas Senate is a great institution, and we are all humbled by the experience and awed by the responsibilities. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Dean. It struck me I must be getting older because I served with a number of you. That wasn't the way it was when I got here in 2007. Honored to have all of you. You helped build the foundation that we all stand on your shoulders, and we're glad to have all of you. Mayor, thank you for coming. I know you had a council meeting this morning, so thank you for being here, and to all of our friends. Great to see you. We'll stand at ease for 15 minutes so everyone can... Oh, Senator Zaffirini, you all can sit down. Senator Zaffirini, you are going to read from the Book of Remembrance.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, the Texas Senate is a special institution rich in history and tradition. Service in the Texas Senate makes one a part of our great institution and indeed part of Texas history. Service, tradition, history, also very important to our body, and we are honored today by the presence of our former members who cherish them as much as we do. Because of our respect and love for each other, Senate tradition on Former Members Day calls for remembering and honoring former members who died during the interim and for publicly reading their names into the Senate record. Members, on your desks you will find the memorial booklet prepared in honor of these 5 former colleagues and friends. In alphabetical order, we honor the memory of Senator Lewis Crump, Texas Senator from 1959 to 1967. Senator Crump would have been 103 next month. I didn't have the honor of serving with him, but Senator Whitmire and I served with the other 4. Senator Hugh Palmer, Texas Senator from 1983 to 1991. Senator Palmer was a model senator and one whom I tried to emulate when I was a freshman. He was an effective debater who passed the bar while he was in the Senate in the days when you could do so without going to law school. Senator H. Tati Santiesteban, Texas Senator from 1973 to 1991. Senator Santiesteban was one of the most popular senators with whom I have ever served. He was proud of being bilingual and loved to wish everyone best witches on Halloween. Senator O.H. Ike Harris, Texas Senator from 1967 to 1995, and Dean of the Senate from 1993 to 1995. One of only 2 Republican senators when elected, many of his best friends were Democrats. Senator Harris epitomized bipartisanship in the Texas Senate and was a committee chair under Democratic Lieutenant Governors Bill Hobby and Bob Bullock. Senator Bill Haley, Senator from 1989 to 1995. Senator Haley came to the Senate and quickly emerged as our public education leader, just as he had been in the House. The key to his popularity, however, was his frequent gifts of his wife's pound cakes made with fresh eggs and fresh butter. Statesmen, public servants, and above all, friends and Texas state senators. Mr. President and members, I move that when the Senate adjourns today, we do so in memory of these 5 Texas senators who served so well the state they love so much. They will be missed, but they will live forever in the hearts and minds of all who knew and loved them. Thank you, Mr. President and members and former members.
Thank you, Senator Zaffirini. And I was thinking as she was reading through those names, and I was thinking of how long she has served. Some things never change. She still passes the most bills off the Senate floor every year. How many is it this year so far? Yeah, more than 20. Dean Whitmire, you're recognized.
I finished with the formal program, and I thought we were going to, quite frankly, be through, but if you would like for me to embellish how important this day is, as I introduced the members that I've served with, I can remember the good and the bad, quite frankly. And I don't want to get started singling out people, because I introduced several as special friends and trailblazers, and quite frankly, all of them are. We all know what a great body this is, often called the most deliberative body on earth, in the world. And if you'd have watched us yesterday on a very emotional issue, I think you'd have been proud of the body. It was one of our better days in terms of the discourse and the respect that so many of you participated in. I don't think we have the knockdown dragouts that Bill Moore and Peyton McKnight used to have, or I could go through the list. But each and every one of you are special. We are family still. We're much more diverse than when many of you served, which we applaud, and it's only going to probably get better as we go forward. But each of you have made a difference in the state. The state's better for your service, and have a lounge now that we spend a lot of time spending and learning about each other's families. It was a little more difficult maybe back in your time, but now we break bread together, we pray together, we cry together some days. So I just hope to the current members and future members, never allow that experience to change. We're such a great state, and to think that I work closely with someone from West Texas or South Texas, that's what makes us great. There's been rule changes, some I approved of, often not, but it is what it is. I guess I can wrap it up by saying, members, elections matter. They mattered when you got elected, and they sure as heck matter now. So let's all leave here fired up about the state of Texas and our love for the Senate, and continue to try to make this state a great place. People have found us. They're moving here in record numbers. So we've got to get prepared for them, deal with our public education, our workforce, our affordability, our environment, and I could go on and on because I love this state and I love this Senate, and I hope it'll always remain the symbol of what good government stands for. Thank you for allowing me to express my wishes. It's just amazing. When I got here, members, there were 17 Republicans in the House. My freshman class, there were 17 Republicans. We didn't even identify ourselves by parties. And now I look over there at Jeff Whitworth, whose family was such trailblazers for building the Republican Party in San Antonio and the state of Texas. So, Jeff, I don't know if you did us a favor or not, but elections matter. It's a bipartisan body now. It certainly has shifted since I've been here. And I'm not going to give a political speech because this is not the purpose. All I can say is let's leave here fired up about our love for the state of Texas. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Dean Whitmire. Members, we'll stand at ease until 11:45 so you can say hello and take some photographs. We have a lot of work to do today, so we'll resume here at 11:45. Stand at ease. Members, if we can slowly but surely begin to get back to work. Members, we're starting to lay out bills. Members in the back, if you would come to the floor. Senator West, I'm just waiting for Chair Huffman to come out. We may take one bill before you, but. Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized on committee substitute for Senate Bill 338, suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Senate Bill 338 seeks to prohibit hypnosis-induced testimony from being used against a defendant in a criminal trial. Hypnosis has been used as a forensic tool in Texas since the 1980s. Witnesses are often told their memory works like a videotape and that during hypnosis, they'll be able to recall certain events and descriptions of the suspect that their normal memory would not be able to access. Forensic science experts and courts alike have pointed out several serious problems that undermine the accuracy and credibility of hypnosis-enhanced testimony. The popular belief that hypnosis guarantees the accuracy of recall is still without established foundation, and in fact, hypnosis often has no effect on memory at all. In 2021, the Department of Public Safety and the Texas Rangers announced the suspension of the forensic hypnosis program, stating that they have developed more advanced interview and interrogation techniques that yield better results than hypnosis. With so much uncertainty in forensic hypnosis, it is vital to protect the integrity of the criminal justice system by requiring the forensic evidence supported by science, research, and data so as not to wrongfully convict an innocent person. With that, Mr. President, I move suspension of regular order of business.
Any objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out second reading. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 338. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 338 relating the use of hypnotically induced statements in a criminal trial.
You're recognized to engrossment.
So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passed to engrossment. You're recognized constitutional 3-day rule suspension.
I so move.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell.
28 ayes, 1 nay. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 338. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 338 relating to the use of hypnotically induced statements in a criminal trial.
You're recognized on final.
Mr. President, I move final passage of Committee substitute Senate Bill 338.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell.
28 ayes, 1 nay. The bill is finally passed. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator West, you're recognized. Suspend the regular order of business. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1000.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and members. At this time, I'd move to suspend the Senate regular order of business, take up and consider Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1000. Members, we have talked about tax relief for the citizens of the state of Texas and have moved forward with property tax relief and passed some very forward-thinking bills out of the Senate on that. This particular bill will impact more persons. We know that its sales tax will provide the type of tax relief that we need for citizens, a greater majority of citizens in the state of Texas, and that's what this bill will do. We are frankly doing a pilot project. The pilot project is making certain that we have a sales tax holiday and another sales tax holiday, which will be October the 13th, 14th, and 15th in 2023. This will sunset in 2023, but I'm hoping that we'll be able to look forward and see exactly what the impact has been and then make certain that we determine whether or not we need to look at it again during the next legislative session. So at this time, I'd move to suspend the Senate regular order of business.
Senator Betancourt, apparently your light's not working, but you are. What purpose?
Ask questions of the author.
Do you yield?
I do.
Senator West, it's been really a wonderful experience working with you on the bill because you're right, it is a pilot project of what could occur, and specifically the concept of a tax free holiday on specific, a concept of a tax-free holiday it has been a pilot project that's been around for a long time, but this is a little bit different. Do you want to take credit for the idea?
Well, the difference is that working with the leadership here and tax experts such as yourself, we have increased the exemption up to $200. The other sales tax holidays, I believe the max is $100. And so that's the difference between what the others provide for and what this one provides for.
And Senator West, nothing that makes me happier than doubling exemptions. Just like homestead exemptions and like these. That gets a tax writer excited because that's the best thing we do is not have people pay the money in the first place.
I see how excited you are about this. Will you want to double it again?
I'll go quadruple, right? But only with the chair of finance's approval.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Senator West, for bringing the bill.
Thank you for your support.
And Senator West, just to clarify, that's $200 per item.
$200 per item. That's exactly right.
Which could be a big shopping day.
Which is very substantial.
Senator Huffman, what purpose?
To question the author of the legislation.
Are you ready to be questioned?
I am.
All right. You're recognized.
Thank you.
I mean, Senator?
Senator West, I like this bill for a lot of reasons, but you know what the biggest reason is?
Me?
Because it's about shopping. I thought we could use a little humor here this morning. No, actually, this was a thought, it's a great bill, and I've enjoyed working with you on it. And as I recall, one of our objectives that we thought about how we could help individuals with this surplus that we have before us. Is that correct?
Correct.
And we thought that this would be a great way for individuals, maybe a lot of families clearly are going to be able to use it for children's clothing and back to, holiday wear or infant wear,
right.
Shoes. But we also thought it would be a great tool for young people going into the workplace if they needed their first suit, because we feel like there should be some, what the retailers usually do is put sales there, and so it'll be $199, right? So it'll qualify for the exemption. So we're hoping that retailers will do that as well and really open up the marketplace for individuals who may want to get new clothes for the workplace and so forth. Just really kind of help the economy and help people as they move forward in their life. Is that fair?
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And again, that's for each item. And so if you have a family of four, you have a war chest, so to speak, of revenue, you'd be able to spend on each item up to $200. And I think that's should incentivize businesses to move forward to have these. Eventually, I'm going to see, can we name this the surplus sales tax holiday as the bill goes over to the House? That will incentivize businesses to have those those sales and generate additional income, not only for them, but also for the state of Texas.
And for those who will utilize this, they can go to different stores, of course, and buy an item at one store and go to another store and find something else that they would like.
That's exactly. Every person sitting up in the gallery should be able to use this sales tax holiday for up to $200 and go to different stores to be able to shop once this goes to the House and to the governor's desk.
And they'll have a whole weekend to do that, correct?
They have a whole weekend to do it. 3 days.
Excellent. Thank you, Senator West. Great bill.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator West. And this is on clothes and shoes, right?
This is on clothes and shoes, exactly.
Yes, Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Craig.
24 ayes and 5 nays. The rule of suspension chair lays out on second reading. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1000. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1000 relating to a temporary exemption from sales and use taxes for certain clothing and footwear.
How did you get bill number 1000?
Well, there's a story behind that.
All right.
We waited until we kind of worked to get that done, but 1,000. Right.
I was just thinking if a family of 4 spent $1,000, they would save about $80 in sales tax.
Right.
You're recognized, pass to engrossment.
Who passes to engrossment?
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
24 ayes and 5 nays. The bill passed to engrossment. And you're recognized on suspending the constitutional 3-day rule.
So move.
Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
24 ayes, 5 nays, rule suspended. And members, we only needed 24 because we have a member missing today, in case you're wondering. Chair now lays out third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1000. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1000 relating to a temporary exemption from sales and use taxes for certain clothing and footwear.
You're recognized on final.
Mr. President, I move final passage of committee substitute to Senate Bill 1000.
Been a pleasure working with you on this bill. Thank you for bringing it to the floor. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
24 ayes, 5 nays. Bill is finally passed. Thank you. Members, if you can take your seats for a moment, we have a bill on a very serious topic. Thank you, members. Senator Middleton, you're recognized as committee substitute for Senate Bill 435.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move suspension of the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider the committee substitute for Senate Bill 435. Senate Bill 435 is for the victims, families, and surviving victims of the May 18th, 2018 mass murder at Santa Fe High School. Families and victims' families have endured years of not knowing exactly what happened to their loved one, which is something that none of us can imagine. And over the years of meeting with victims and their families, I've heard and seen the pain in their voices, the pain in their eyes, the pain in almost everything that they do, because not being able to see any file on their loved one's death or injury has made it so much worse. And what this bill does is it allows the Galveston County DA, who supports this bill, to let families see video and medical examiners report evidence from the Santa Fe shooting without subjecting it to public release. This bill also has provisions to protect against the public release of the recordings or the files, and allows the DA to require that viewing family members sign a confidentiality agreement, which critically will not compromise the prosecution of the killer. This is a simple victims and next of kin's rights bill. And what it'll do is it will help ease some of the pain of not knowing what happened that day. And it will help with some small level of closure after a tragedy like Santa Fe, where so many lost their lives. Everybody processes grief differently. And I hope that this bill will help families in their grieving of that traumatic loss from that day. And I want to thank Chair Huffman and Chair Whitmire and the Lieutenant Governor for their support of this bill and helping us get this to the floor. And with that, I move suspension.
Senator West, your light was on. You did not want to speak. Thank you, Senator Middleton. Very complex bill to write to address all these issues, so thank you for your work on it and everyone on criminal justice. Secretary will, any objection? Hearing none. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 435. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 435 relating to the disclosure under the Public Information Law of certain evidence of a crime that resulted in the death of a person.
You're recognized on passage to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move passage to engrossment for Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 435.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passed to engrossment. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move suspension of the constitutional 3-day rule for Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 435.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
29 ayes, no nays. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out in third reading final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 435. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 435 relating to the disclosure under the Public Information Law of certain evidence of a crime that resulted in the death of a person.
You're recognized on final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move final passage for Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 435.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
The bill passes unanimously, 29-0, and as you said, in some small way, we hope this brings some peace and relief to the families. I was there that day. It was unspeakable tragedy, and I know they've been through a lot, so thank you for carrying this bill, and thank you, members, for supporting it. The bill finally passes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 55.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 55 relating to a study and report by the Coordinating Board regarding best practices for assisting students with autism spectrum disorder. Members, this bill would help us gather crucial data that can inform the development of new programs, support services, and specialized curricula to improve the academic and post-graduation prospects of students who are on the autism spectrum disorder. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Any objection? Hearing none, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out second reading. Senate Bill 55. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 55 relating to a study and report by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board regarding best practices for assisting students with autism spectrum disorder.
You're recognized on engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Any objection? Hearing none, bill passed to engrossment. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
29 ayes, no nays. Rule suspended. Chair lays out third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 55. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 55 relating to a study and report by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board regarding best practices for assisting students with autism spectrum disorder.
You're recognized on final.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
29-0. The bill passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Parker, you're recognized on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1648 to suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I move suspension of the regular order of business to take up and consider the committee's substitute to Senate Bill 1648 relating to the Centennial Parks Conservation Fund. In 1923, Governor Pat Neff persuaded the legislature to create the State Parks Board. He later regarded this action as his most important achievement as governor. In a 1925 speech, Governor Neff notes that a park system would afford a place where people might go and forget the anxiety and strife and vexation of life's daily grind. Since 1923, Texas State Parks have been dedicated to protecting the best parts of Texas's vast natural and cultural beauty. Originally envisioned as a series of roadside stops for highway travelers, today the Texas State Park System has grown to a network of parks, historic sites, and natural areas that welcome millions of visitors every year. The committee's substitute to Senate Bill 1648 seeks to establish Centennial Parks Conservation Fund to provide stable, long-term funding for new park acquisition that will empower us to protect Texas's unique natural and cultural treasures while making them accessible to our growing population. Members, on the centennial anniversary of our state park system, we have the opportunity to make a historic investment and leave a lasting legacy of new parks for future generations of Texans to come. Thank you, Mr. President. I move suspension.
Any objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out second reading. Committee substitute for 1648. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1648 relating to the Centennial Parks Conservation Fund.
Members, the following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Parker.
You're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment simply provides technical corrections requested by the comptroller to implement the provisions of Senate Bill 1648. I move adoption.
Any objection? Hearing none. The amendment is adopted. You're recognized to pass to engrossment.
Mr. President, I move passage to engrossment.
Any objection? Hearing none. We'll pass to engrossment. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Mr. President, I move to suspend the 3-day rule.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
26 ayes, 3 nays. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1648. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1648 relating to the Centennial Parks Conservation Fund.
Senator Eckhart, what purpose?
I rise to speak on the bill, sir.
You're recognized.
I rise today to just thank you sincerely, Senator. Thank you to the Lieutenant Governor. Thank you to Senator Huffman for making this possible. This is so crucial for the preservation of our natural heritage and the natural beauty of the state of Texas. As you so eloquently pointed out, the demand for our park system has grown incredibly along with our population, while our park system itself has not grown much. And that's why this fund is so deeply necessary. 2019 to 2020, Texas parks saw 7.3 million visitors. The next year, we saw a total of 10 million visitors. That's a 37% increase. So thank you. Thank you very much for this bill. And I'm proud to have signed on as a co-author.
Thank you, Senator Eckhart. You're recognized on final passage.
Well, Mr. President, members, again, I want to thank Senator Huffman and want to also thank Senator Perry for his leadership. It's important that we do this to protect future generations, to have beautiful park space in Texas. And with that, I move final passage.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
26 ayes, 3 nays. The rule is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Parker. The bill is finally passed. Now you're recognized on committee substitute for SJR 74. Suspend the regular order of business,
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move suspension of the regular order of business to take up and consider the committee's substitute to SJR 74, proposing a constitutional amendment providing for the creation of the Centennial Parks Conservation Fund. SJR 74 proposes a constitutional amendment to establish the Centennial Parks Conservation Fund, which will provide a dedicated funding source for the acquisition and development of state parks in Texas. SJR 74 will afford voters the opportunity to ensure that Texans and visitors can continue to enjoy the beauty of Texas's parks for generations to come. And thank you, Mr. President. I move suspension.
Any objection? Hearing none. Rule suspended. Chair lays out in second reading. Committee substitute for SJR 74. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute SJR 74, proposing a constitutional amendment providing for the creation of the Centennial Parks Conservation Fund.
There's an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Parker.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment simply provides technical corrections, once again, requested by the Comptroller to implement provisions of SJR 74. I move adoption.
Any objection? Hearing none. Amendment is adopted. You're recognized on passage to engrossment.
Mr. President, I move passage to engrossment.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passed to engrossment. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Mr. President, I move to suspend the 3-day rule.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Burwell.
26 ayes, 3 nays. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for SJR 74. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute SJR 74, proposing a constitutional amendment providing for the creation of the Centennial Parks Conservation Fund.
You recognize on final.
Mr. President and members, thank you again for your support in this historic piece of legislation, and thank you, Governor, for your support. And again, I want to thank Senator Huffman and Senator Perry in particular for their great support throughout the process. I'll move final passage.
This is 2 big bills for a freshman.
Yes, sir.
Senate Bill 5 and this bill. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Burwell.
26 ayes, 3 nays. The bill is finally passed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Perry, recognized. Suspend the regular order of business. Senate Bill 1170.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Bill 1170 is the customer choice bill for Lubbock Power and Light, transitioning into the ERCOT grid. This is needed in order to facilitate customer information to the new retail providers. With that, I move suspend the regular order of business.
Any objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1170. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1170, relating to the initiation of customer choice by municipally owned utilities that provide electric service.
You're recognized. Passed to engrossment.
Move passage to engrossment.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passed to engrossment. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Move suspend constitutional 3-day rule.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Burwell.
29 ayes, no nays. Rule suspended. Chair lays out third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 1170. Secretary read the caption.
Senate Bill 1170, relating to the initiation of customer choice by municipally owned utilities that provide electric service.
You're recognized on final.
Move final passage.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt.
29 ayes, no nays. The bill is finally passed. Thank you. Senator Zaffarini, your House member needs to know no one should get in the way for a moment from you passing another bill. You know that, right? If you want to continue the conversation, I can hold this bill for... No, you heard that was a resounding no. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1340, suspend the regular order of business. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1340 relating to the local development agreement database maintained by the Comptroller of Public Accounts. Members, this bill would enhance transparency, accountability, and accessibility of local development agreement information, fostering responsible use of public resources. There will be a floor amendment that was requested by the Comptroller. It is basically technical changes, but also would change the requirement for the software from being a database to a searchable data tool that could access multiple databases and delay implementation until January of 2024. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Any objection? Hearing none, the rules suspended. Chair lays out second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 1340. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1340, relating to the local development agreement database maintained by the Comptroller of Public Accounts.
There is an amendment, excuse me. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Zaffarini.
You're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the amendment that is mostly technical in nature and that I described in my opening remarks. I move adoption.
Any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. You're recognized pass to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Any objection? Hearing none, bill passed to engrossment. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Burwell.
29 ayes, no nays. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1340. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1340, relating to the local development agreement database maintained by the Comptroller of Public Accounts.
You're recognized on final.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Burwell.
29 ayes, no nays. Bill's finally passed. Thank you. That's 2 just in the last 20 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
You should probably do a class on how to pass 100 bills per session.
I'll do it free.
Senator Betancourt, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business, Senate Bill 1252.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Senate Bill 1252 is a transparency bill. During the 86th legislature, House Bill 3 was passed, included provision adding this as a tax increase to all school bond propositions. Senate Bill 1252 will do the same. Language for all bond propositions submitted by cities and counties and special purpose districts. It means to inform voters with clear intent so they know what they're voting on, and the effect of bond proposition is because it levies and assesses and therefore is collected as a tax increase. And with that, Mr. President and members, I move to suspend the regular order of business, take up, and consider Senate Bill 1252.
Senator Menendez, what purpose?
Questions of the author?
Do you yield?
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Betancourt. Senator Betancourt, I was just made aware of your legislation as you were describing it. Do we, in the ballot language we added to bonds, to the school bonds, my understanding is there have been some where there was no tax increase, but they were forced to put that on there because they were able to refinance some old debt, and there was actual no net increase.
Well, this is not about a net decrease or increase. The actual act of assessing, levying, and collecting a bond issue means you're going to have an INS rate associated with it. So that's why the language was in House Bill 3, because by any definition, assessing, levying, and collecting a bond issue is a tax increase. It doesn't mean that we can't predict whether there's a net increase or a decrease in the rate, but remember the rate times the value equals the bill. And that's why this has been a language that we've been using. And I failed to mention that I was going to have an amendment that one of the issues has been, since we adopted that, everyone's gone to uppercase letters for the entire bond issue. So we need to drop that back to mixed case so that the message gets through.
Yeah, I see here your bill just says this is a tax increase.
Right.
But we don't know for a fact. What if the municipality that is passing the bond, what if they've refinanced some bonds? Let's say they took some old debt. Let's say right now, interest rates in the last couple of years have gone up. They've 5 times. And let's say in a year or two, they're much lower. And they take out debt and they pay off higher interest rate loans and they actually save taxpayers' money. How would that be honest to say that this was a tax increase?
Well, because the very act of, by any tax definition I understand, by assessing, levying, and collecting a tax means that you've got a tax increase. Now, to your point, I've looked at, since the bill passed, since House Bill 3 passed, and I've talked to my co-author who had a similar bill, Senator Campbell, about it. In 2020, the economic conditions were uncertain. It was COVID, and 48% of all school district bonds passed. Now, with the same language, intact exactly the same way, in 2022, the bond issue rate rose to 70%. So I submit the voters, or what they're doing is they know it's a tax increase, and they're selecting what they think is appropriate and making their own decision.
And I understand everything you've said, and I'm just concerned that at times many of our cities, most of them have good chief financial officers. They're sophisticated in the way they run. They retire old debt, and the new bonds may be at a much lower interest rate, and therefore actually constitute a net tax decrease. But I feel as if no matter where we go, you still want to get your bill passed, and so I appreciate you taking my questions.
No, just thank you for your questions as always. And with interest rates high, that opportunity has already left the barn. We'll wait to see when it returns. Right. Thank you, Senator Menendez.
Secretary will call the roll on suspension.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell.
20 ayes, 9 nays. Rule suspended. Chair lays on second reading. Senate Bill 1252. There is an amendment. Oh, no, there is an amendment. Secretary will Read the caption.
Senate Bill 1252, relating to the text of ballot propositions that increase taxes.
Following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Betancourt.
Senator Betancourt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. As I mentioned in the discussion with Senator Menendez, this merely just makes it clear that the capital letters for this as a tax increase be printed in double case, and that the rest of the proposition be printed in mixed case letters. I think Senator Springer and Senator Middleton have seen examples of, since that bill passed, we've had lots of bond issues in very large print. This will go back to more of a conversational style, which is what you need in the voting booth, members. And at this point in time, I move adoption of floor amendment number 1.
Any objection? Hearing none. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Eckhart. Okay. Did you just hit your button? Did I miss you?
When he
We're still on the
started to
bill.
lay it out, I've never seen this amendment
Okay,
before, so I read it and I hit my light.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, you can ask questions. We're still on the bill.
Thank you. Senator Betancourt, so this would mean that the one-size-fits-all language is in all caps, and the language specific to the bond that describes to the voter what they're voting on is in lowercase.
Right, because lowercase language will include the conversation like assessing, levying, and collecting a tax, and the authorization to do so. And yes, this is a tax increase will be in uppercase letters. And even with that combination, in 2022, 70% of the ISD bonds passed. So this is a public, notice that I think the voters are now used to seeing, and they can make their own decisions about whether to vote yes or no.
But it is your opinion that the one-size-fits-all language should be emphasized, while the language that specifically informs the voter on what they're actually voting on should be de-emphasized.
As a co-author of HB3, I can tell you that was the intent of the bill that passed with overwhelming majorities back in 2019.
Thank you for answering my questions on the amendment.
Thank you.
Senator Middleton, what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Do you yield?
Certainly.
Thank you, Senator Betancourt. So I remember when we adopted this as a tax increase back in 2019, and really all that is truth in taxation and being honest with the taxpayers about what a bond really does, right?
Absolutely.
So, and what your amendment does here is it just says when we're being honest about it, we can't hide the language, right? You've seen situations where the language has been minimized or with qualifiers that really erode the legislative intent and really the truth behind that statement there that this is a tax increase.
Right, because I think the legislative intent has been, always will be, to inform the public that when you assess and levy and collect a bond, you're going to have an interest in sinking fund tax, and it's a tax increase. And if the public wishes to vote themselves an increase in the taxes like they did 70% of the time in the 2022 election, that's their decision. And we just want to make sure they make an informed decision.
Like I had an example with the school district that tried to qualify the language and say the state is making us put this here with the language worded in a way that implied it was dishonest, which is not right. So you're clarifying that this is, it's got to match a legislative intent, and the exact language as put in the bill passed originally from 2019. Of course, now you're expanding that to other bonds, which I think is great policy, because at the end of the day, we put it there so taxing entities couldn't hide the fact that it's a tax increase, and then they decided to hide the language that this is a tax increase, right?
Right, because there's no reason for confusion.
Thank you, Senator
The bond issue is a tax increase, and you make the decision as a voter whether to vote yea or for or against.
Very good amendment. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions.
Senator Johnson, what purpose?
Questions of the author of the bill and the amendment.
Do you yield?
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Betancourt, I was listening to the exchange with you and Senator Menendez, also aware of some issues with Dallas Independent School District in my home district, and your exchange just now with Senator Middleton. And this bill was characterized as simply presenting people with the fact that they're looking at a tax increase. But I just heard you talking with Senator Menendez. That's not always true, right? Sometimes bond packages do not result in a tax increase. Is that correct?
No, by any definition I understand, as a tax assessor, for been in this business now for 30 years, anytime you assess, levy, and collect a tax, it's a tax increase, and that drives. That bond package itself drives an interest and sinking fund increase in the tax rate. Now, there's many other variables that go into somebody's tax bill, but that one piece that we're discussing is absolutely constant.
And I think if we're just going to show people that one particular piece, we're not giving voters more information, we're giving them less, because you're actually not looking at the whole picture. If the effect of the bond package is to affect those other variables so that the net result on the homeowner's tax bill is a decrease, we're lying to them when they say they're voting on a tax increase, aren't we?
No, again.
It seems like we are, but I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No, Senator Johnson, look, in Dallas, there's probably 9 jurisdictions that can levy an ad valorem tax on the average bill, I'm guessing. It's certainly more than 7. Now, each of those could have bond issues. Each of those could have different votes on their tax rates. For the school taxes, we're buying them down significantly. So all of that is part of what goes into the combined property tax bill that people pay. But when we separate out just the action we're talking about now, about the voters approving the assessing, the levying, and the collection for a bond issue, and the language there, that's a tax increase.
What if the bond issuance itself is taking out a prior bond issuance, and the new bond issuance is at a more favorable interest rate?
Then the taxing unit is motivated to put it up, and they should be motivated to have a discussion with folks about what they're doing and why. But the fact that they're making that decision doesn't change the facts that you're still having an assessment, a levy, and a collection of a specific bond package, and that is a tax increase. Because the voters could say no, and then it won't happen.
So I'll agree with you for about 10 seconds, and then I'll disagree. I'm going to agree with you that this new bond package is going to impose another 10 cents or whatever burden on the homeowner, but it's going to take out a current burden on the homeowner of more than 10 cents, so it's going to result in a tax decrease. So you've scared them. I mean, that's really what this is about. It's about scaring voters with respect to anything that the taxing authorities have deemed in their interests. And you're scaring them in this instance with something that's kind of not true. No. And that's why it bugs me.
Is that a question, or do you
I think it's probably on third reading statement.
Okay.
But nevertheless, if you care to respond.
Let me just give you a response. Again, in 2022, with this language, exactly, in schools, school bonds pass 70% of the time. But wait, we're not done yet. In 2020, school bonds only pass 48%. Now, the major difference between 2 years is economic, okay? The same language was used in both. So again, I believe in the voters' ability to sort the wheat from the chaff. And as long as they know they're voting for a tax increase, they wish to vote for it, then the majority of the voters agree, then they've made their decision.
I have no doubt that you respect the voters and their ability to separate wheat from the chaff. I'm just concerned, and I won't vote for the bill, and I won't say this on final passage because I'm saying it now. I feel like we're actively trying to interfere with the relationship between voters and the people they elect regarding the projects that those people are implementing to serve the public. It's just a disagreement you and I have.
Thank you, Senator Johnson.
Senator Hinojosa, what purpose?
Senator Betancourt, yield for a question?
Yeah, you thought this was an easy bill, Senator Betancourt. Senator Hinojosa, do you yield?
Certainly, to Senator Hinojosa all the time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Betancourt, the biggest complaint I receive from my constituents is property taxes, increase in property taxes. On your bill, you just give them provide information to, that scares them. It should scare them. We work every session, try to find ways to hold property taxes down. Here, your bill is only telling them what to expect by voting for this bill.
Absolutely.
That's the reality of the situation, and I think a voter ought to know what they're voting for.
No, I agree, and that's really, it's designed to what to expect. And again, because if you assess, levy, and collect, the money's going to be collected. So no, I agree with your assessment correctly.
And as it is right now, there's so many other ways that local public officials are trying to circumvent the voters by not going before the voters for a bond increase or to incur more debt.
That's true.
Yeah, I'll support your bill.
Thank you.
Senator Perry.
Question for the author.
Do you yield?
To Senator Perry, certainly.
I'm listening to this, and here's how it plays out most of the time, right? And so to your point, if you borrow debt that's got to be paid back, taxes are assessed, it's going to be a tax increase. But to some of the other conversations debt, there may be debt rolling off that in its truest sense, maybe they're not going to see an increase, but it's a roll forward, but it's a 30 or 40-year obligation. So, right. And voters probably are okay with that. They show time and time again that they are okay with the pay it forward kind of concept. But there's a lot of truth and there's a lot of conversation going on, but I will hear districts and taxing jurisdictions say it costs you no new taxes, and the theory is they're having 30-year bonds rolling off. They've got these projects they want to add to, and if interest rates being the same, then you are increasing taxes for the next 30 years. It just didn't change your overall tax point. But I think to say the reason we're having this conversation today is the ballot language of the past was written in a way whether it was intentionally going to try to do not tell a story. Your bill says tell the story. Right. But to the conversations, a new bond doesn't always increase tax on the bottom line, but it does increase a payment of a tax for decades.
No question.
So I think that's the conversation, and I hope voters get educated up to speed on these conversations. But to have a little clearer language is not a bad thing. But just to say, I think Senator Johnson's point, it may not increase your overall tax bill, but you did just say, issue me a credit card for the next 30 years that I'm going to pay back. So it's I wish everything down here was easy, but I haven't found anything down here that's easy. It's because you know what? If it wasn't for people, it'd be easy, but it'd be boring. So you've got a good bill in the sense that it does try to force the narrative to where people don't have to guess what you're talking about. I trust the administrations that are out there needing that in their mind package will be able to tell people. You're not going to see a net increase, but at the end of the day, you're probably going to need to pay for the next 30 years. And it's that generational kind of conversation, right? So
absolutely.
Is that a fair statement?
That's an absolutely fair statement.
All right. Thanks, sir.
We were on engrossment because the amendment had been adopted. Your motion is to pass to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passing engrossment of Senate Bill 1252.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado Betancourt.
20 ayes, 9 nays. Bill passed to engrossment. You're going to have to find some friends or wait till Monday.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Springer, suspend the regular order of business. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 924.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move the suspension of the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 924. Many precincts are currently near their maximum cap of 5,000 active voters. However, they don't have a place where they can actually vote in their precinct, and this forces counties to find a polling location outside of the precinct, which is not allowed by statute. 924 solves this issue by allowing counties under 1.2 million to combine precincts as long as they don't exceed 10,000 and more adequately serves the voters. This prevents counties from inevitably breaking current election laws by having polling locations outside their precincts. And with that, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business.
Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt.
1712, rules suspended. Chair lays out on second reading, committee substitute for Senate Bill 924. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute, Senate Bill 924, relating the combination of certain election precincts.
You recognize passage to engrossment.
I move passage to engrossment of committee substitute for Senate Bill 924.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
17 ayes, 12 nays, rules suspended. We'll hold you there.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I mean, bill passes to engrossment. I'm sorry. Senator Bettencourt, you found friends. Senate Bill 1252, suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's always great to have friends, especially in the local government committee. I move suspension of the 3-day rule that bills be read on 3 several days.
Secretary will call the roll when ready.
No, I blew it. I think I should have said I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be read on 3 several days. So
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez.
24 ayes, 5 nays. The rule suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 1252. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1252, relating to the text of ballot propositions that increase taxes.
You're recognized in final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of Senate Bill 1252.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
20 ayes, 5 nays. You lost your friends. The bill finally passes. Thank you.
Mr. President, you remind me, I lose them like that.
Yeah.
That's right.
They come and they go.
Right. So, thank you to all my ex-friends. There we go. Rolling on, right.
Yeah, I believe I corrected the vote correctly. 20 to 9. Okay, make sure I said that correctly. Senator Hinojosa, you recognize suspend the regular order of business, Senate Bill 1431.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 1431 relates to the confidentiality of certain information for a current or former administrative law judge for the state office of administrative hearings. Safety for those who adjudicate the law is a prerequisite for the fair administration of justice. And increasingly, administrative law judges employed by SOA have been targeted by those who they ruled against. Texas law already protects the home address and other personal information of current and former federal judge and state judges from public disclosure. But these protections do not extend to administrative law judges despite the similar risk they face. Senate Bill 1431 amends current law to include both current and former administrative law judges employed by SOA in the categories of persons for whom the public disclosure is prohibited. With that, Mr. President, I would move that we suspend the regular order of business.
Senator Hinojosa moves suspend regular order of business on committee, Senate Bill 1431. Is there objection? Hearing none. Secretary will call a roll.
Senate Bill 1431, relating to the confidentiality of certain information for a current or former administrative law judge for the State Office of Administrative Hearing.
Members, the rules are suspended. The bill is now laid out on second reading. Chair recognizes Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Hinojosa moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Hinojosa recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I so move, Mr. President.
Senator Denosa moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
29 ayes and no nays. The bill is suspended. The rules are suspended. The chair lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 1431. Secretary Denosa recognized for a motion. I'm sorry, Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 1431 relating to the confidentiality of certain information for a current or former administrative law judge for the state office in administrative hearings.
Senator Denosa recognized for a motion.
I move final passage of Senate Bill 1431.
Secretary will call roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
Been 29 ayes and no nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Denosa.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Hancock recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute Senate Bill 1732.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the regular order of business and consider Senate Bill 1732 at this time relating to standards for certain electric vehicle charging station. Texas sheer volume of roadway leave opportunity for charging stations deployment across the state. Senate Bill 1732 provides electric vehicle charging station standards for new charging stations with the goal that Texans who drive EVs will be able to charge their vehicles on as many charging stations across the state as practicable. The record is legislative intent, and it is the following. The bill is purposefully not too prescriptive because charging station technology is rapidly evolving. Senate Bill 1732 is not attempting to pick winners or losers in the charging station industry or favoring a certain vehicle make or model. We're simply working closely to make sure that there is agreement, and we do have agreement on this legislation, in the rulemaking, that the rulemaking at TDLR will facilitate future charging stations serving as many Texans as practicable by January of 2030. And, Mr. President, I'd like to have this statement included in the journal as part of the record.
Been a motion to include the statement in the journal. Is there objection? Hearing none. Sword.
That I move suspension.
Senator Hancock moves suspension of regular order of business on committee substitute 1732. Is there objection? Seeing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute Senate Bill 1732. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1732 relating to standards for certain electric vehicle charging stations.
Senator Hancock recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment.
Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Hancock recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
President, I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be read on 3 several days.
Senator Hancock moves suspension of the constitutional 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckert.
25 ayes and 4 nays. The constitutional 3-day rule suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage committee substitute Senate Bill 1732. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1732 relating to standards for certain electric vehicle charging stations.
Senator Hancock recognized for a motion.
I move final passage.
Senator Hancock moves final passage of committee substitute Senate Bill 1732. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
Been 25 ayes and 4 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Hancock. Senator West, recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 998.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and members. At this time, I move to suspend the Senate regular order of business, take up and consider Senate Bill 998. Senate Bill 998 is crafted to help ensure that those people who hold a TABC certificate to serve alcohol are trained to recognize the signs and symptoms of an opioid overdose and administer an opioid antagonist. These drugs are commonly consumed in nightclubs, bars, and similar establishments in which alcohol is served and regulated by our TABC. Members, there will be an amendment on the floor that will take into consideration input that we received from the Texas Restaurant Association. So at this time, I move to suspend the regular order of business.
Senator West moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 998. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 998. Secretary will read the caption. There is an amendment.
Senate Bill 998 relating to requiring approved alcohol seller training programs.
Following amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by West.
Chair recognizes Senator West to explain the amendment. Members should be out.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. After working with the Texas Restaurant Association, changes had been made to this bill. As now written, the amendment would require only those persons who hold a seller certificate and work for a private club permit holder or mixed beverage permit holder, which is not classified as a restaurant under the Texas Alcohol Beverage Code. Move adoption of the amendment.
Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment?
Objection.
Chair hears none, sees none. Amendment is adopted. Is that it? Senator West recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment.
Senator West moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator West recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So move.
Senator West moves suspension of the constitutional 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Craig.
Been 27 ayes and 2 nays. Bill is suspended. Chair lays out the third reading and final passage on Senate Bill 998. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 998 relating to requiring approved alcohol seller training programs to include training on recognizing and treating opioid-related drug overdoses.
Senator West recognized for a motion.
Move final passage committee substitute. Move final passage to Senate Bill 998.
Senator West moves final passage to Senate Bill 998. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell.
Been 27 ayes and 2 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator West. Senator Schwertner recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute JR 56.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this piece of legislation proposes an amendment to the Texas Constitution to raise the cap on the maximum biennial ESF balance from 10 to 15% of certain general revenue deposited to the account. Currently, should the balance in the ESF reach the cap, as it is projected to do in 2025, the comptroller may reduce or eliminate transfers to the ESF and credit interest earned on the ESF balance to the general revenue fund. As Texas grows, so should its savings account, and SGR 56 provides a tool to do so. Mr. President, I move to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute SJR 56.
Senator Schwertner moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute SJR. Senator West, for what purpose?
Question of the author.
Senator Schwertner, you yield?
I yield.
And Senator Schwertner, and I have not looked at the bill in total. what are we doing with this particular?
This bill is a one-line strike that changes 10 to 15 regarding the amount of the cap of the ESF. The ESF cap is calculated based upon the prior biennium's general revenue, and it cannot currently now be more than 10% of that prior biennium's general revenue. This would raise it to 15%. This allows for greater flexibility in the amount of money flowing into the ESF and greater latitude on the part of the state to adjust and weather certain tough periods, as well as utilize the money as necessary during times of catastrophe. It passed out of finance 15-0.
Okay. That's why we have different. Let's just talk about this for a few moments.
Sure.
All right. So what we're saying is that we're going to go back to the voters and ask whether we can, as opposed to putting 10%, we put 15%, correct?
That's correct. You know, we have a larger and larger budget and more revenue coming into the state. And as such, the added flexibility of having the cap raised from 10 to 15% would allow us to have that surety and certainty that during times of tough times in which we have diminished economic activity, recessions, that we would be able to utilize the ESF and have a sufficient balance in the ESF to weather those tough times. And so I think as the budget grows, so should the cap on the ESF, and this piece of legislation seeks to do that.
Okay, and I think we just need to make sure we have as much transparency as possible. Based at least on the last information that I have, we're going to probably put billions of dollars. Can you hear me? We're going to probably put billions of dollars on that we've realized during this biennium that will be in our treasury and will be unappropriated. Is that correct?
Senator, that is correct. The ESF balance currently projected for the current ESF balance, $10.69 billion. The projected ESF balance is $27.13 billion for August 2025. Now, you got to put that in context with relative to what our actual budget is. And what our potential needs are as a state that's growing, extremely fast, that has infrastructure needs, higher education needs, healthcare needs, and as you are quite aware, our economy, although it is multifactorial, still has a heavy reliance on oil and gas. It has high-tech healthcare, agriculture, but it is important that we have a sufficient and appropriate savings account ESF balance to weather those tough times, to adjust and not have to do draconian cuts during tough times. And so this piece of legislation seeks to raise that cap to allow for a greater amount of savings in our state budget, in our savings account, our ESF, to adjust to change the population.
I go all the way back to elementary school when we used to have banks come around and set up savings accounts, show us that we needed savings accounts as kids and not put a penny in it. And every week, I made certain I would save money. And that's been a regular habit for me, as it should be for the state of Texas. We also, in addition to the monies that we have in this particular fund, won't we also have some unappropriated billions of dollars that we can't spend during this legislative session because it's above the spending cap?
Yes, sir. There are other accounts, GRD accounts, I believe is what you're referring to. Those are not the Economic Stabilization Fund. They are other accounts held outside the normal general revenue. The other thing this does, Senator, that I'll just opine on, the amount to take money out of the ESF, you need a 3/5 vote to square the budget or a 2/3 vote to utilize the ESF for any sort of need of the state of Texas. When we are in times of excess or sufficient revenue or even abundant revenue like we are right now, things tend to grow, sometimes in ways that might not be as judicious from a thought process when we look backwards 10 or 15 years from now. And so being able to put away a little bit more money and utilize that money when the majority of the legislature, and either a majority or even supermajority, comes together to say this is actually very important and we should utilize it at this time. I think that's prudent management of the finances and of the taxpayers' money.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
All right, Senator Schwartner moves the regular order, suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute Senate SJR 56. Is there objection? Seeing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute SJR 56. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute SJR 56, proposing a constitutional amendment to raise the maximum allowable amount of money in the Economic Stabilization Fund.
Senator Schwartner, recognized for a motion.
On passage to engrossment, committee substitute SJR 56.
Senator Schwartner moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Schwartner, recognized for a motion to suspend the Constitution 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Schwartner moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell,
Being
Gray.
29 ayes and no nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of committee substitute SJR 56. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute SJR 56, proposing a constitutional amendment to raise the maximum allowable amount of money in the Economic Stabilization Fund.
Senator Johnson, for what purpose?
Statement on the bill.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Schwartner, for bringing this bill. I do think it's good fiscal prudence. I'll be supporting the bill. One of the things I wanted to emphasize that it does for all of us is it allows us to have courage to make financial commitments. We to our credit, we run a fiscal budget, a conservative budget process. There are certain things, whether it's property tax compression or funding for public schools, that will create an expense every single biennium. And we have to be very cautious when we make those. But when we have a large amount of money set aside in the Economic Stabilization Fund, it gives us the courage and also the fiscal responsibility to be able to say, we are making these commitments, and if we have a downturn next cycle, we're going to uphold those commitments. Again, whether it's property tax compression or school funding or other dedication of ongoing commitments of resources that we make on an ongoing basis, we can make those commitments and back them up when we have a difficult budget cycle. So, with a responsible 3/5 majority, we can draw that money out and honor the commitments that we make. I think it's very important for us to be able to run a responsible budget, that we have this kind of savings, and it allows us to take a leap of courage occasionally when we need to fulfill the commitments that we make to the public to provide a reasonable tax structure and yet public education and health and roads and all of those things. So thank you for bringing this. I do think it's an act of fiscal prudence. It enables us to meet our obligations as a legislature.
Thank you, Senator. Well said.
Thanks, Senator Johnson. Senator Schwartner, recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage, committee substitute SJR 56.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
29 ayes and no nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Schwartner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Campbell, recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 958.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business in order to take up and consider SB 958. Members, this bill codifies the Americans for Prosperity Foundation and ACLU and Bonda Casa, which is the U.S. Supreme Court case decided in July of 2021. The case involved a challenge to a California law that required certain nonprofits to disclose their major donors to the state attorney general's office. This bill creates a Class B misdemeanor for anyone who discloses private donor information. This is a bipartisan bill that passed the Senate body last session unanimously, and I move suspension.
Senator Campbell moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 958. Is there objection? Seeing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 958. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 958, relating the prohibited release by a public agency of personal affiliation information regarding the members, supporters, or volunteers of or donors to certain nonprofit organizations.
Senator Campbell recognized for a motion.
I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Campbell moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Campbell recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved.
Senator Campbell moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
In 29 ayes and no nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 958. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 958, relating the prohibited release by a public agency of personal affiliation information regarding the members, supporters, or volunteers of or donors to certain nonprofit organizations.
Senator Campbell recognized for a motion.
Final passage.
Secretary will call the roll. Senator Campbell moves final passage of Senate Bill 958. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckert.
In 29 ayes and no nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Kokhorst recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute Senate Bill 1629.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business and take up and consider at this time committee substitute to Senate Bill 1629. Members, 1629 is intended to increase the quality of care in our nursing facilities by ensuring that taxpayer dollars through Medicaid funding it goes to the nursing home residents, their care. As taxpayer dollars dedicated to nursing facilities increased during the pandemic, it is necessary to guarantee these funds are administered to the benefit to the care of those residents. Committee substitute to Senate Bill 1629 establishes a direct care ratio for Medicaid reimbursements to nursing facilities. The direct care patient ratio requires that at least 80% of Medicaid dollars are spent on direct care expenses. In addition, we know that more nursing facilities have complex ownership arrangements which impact Medicaid reimbursements. Currently, it is very difficult for the consumer to view the ownership. We heard testimony that people didn't even know who to call, where to write to the ownership about problems that they had with their mother, their aunt, their uncle, their grandfather. So this bill will clarify that and add ownership transparency in nursing homes. Earlier this year, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services announced the rule change that will expand the current regulations to require nursing facilities to report more ownership information. So we'll be just a little bit ahead of that. We did make changes with the committee, and so at this time, Mr. President, I move to suspend the regular order of business on
Senator Goldhorst moves to suspend the regular order of business on Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1629. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1629. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1629 relating to the regulation of certain nursing facilities.
Senator Goldhorst recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage of Committee Substitute Senate Bill 26 to engrossment.
Senator Goldhorst moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing seeing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Goldhorst recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be read on 3 several days.
Senator Goldhorst moves suspension of 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
29 ayes and no nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading final passage Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1629. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1629 relating to the regulation of certain nursing facilities.
Senator Goldhorst recognized for a motion.
I move final passage of Committee Substitute to Senate Bill 1629.
Senator Goldhorst moves final passage on Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1629. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
29 ayes and no nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Goldhorst.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Creighton recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 986.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Bill 986 ensures the eviction process is consistent across the state of Texas by prohibiting a local government from adopting an ordinance that's already covered in Chapter 24 of the Property Code. Senate Bill 986 does not affect federal housing programs. The bill is limited to the process set out by the legislature in Chapter 24 of the Property Code, nothing more. This legislation returns the eviction process back to its proper venue, the Texas legislature. Mr. President, I move suspension of the regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 986.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
I rise to ask the author questions.
Senator Creighton, you yield?
Yes, I yield.
Senator, I like this bill. It makes sense to me that this should be returned to the realm of the legislature. This is a long-standing body of law, well litigated, and therefore pretty straightforward. Our JP courts all across the state handle these cases, and I understand your bill. I have one concern about it. That communities would not be able to suspend evictions for very short duration during emergency in the case that people needed to stay put. Is there anything in this language that would give me some assurance that local governments could, of course with oversight from the governor, keep people staying put in the event of toxic spills, train derailment, Ebola, or some other concern that would, for public safety reasons, there would be advantage to people not being placed out of their homes.
Senator Eckhart, yes, thank you for visiting with me on some of those hypotheticals and concerns over the past few days. There's not anything in the bill that specifically addresses that. I know you have an amendment related to it. I've given quite a bit of thought to our conversation. It's just a difficult balance, the nexus between the property owner that could become imperiled with those delays, which could put the tenants at risk. And then, on the other hand, the tenants that need relief, right? And some runway to get through something like a pandemic or another type of a crisis. So, no, there's not anything in the bill that speaks to that. It'd just be current Texas law.
And I do have an amendment that we did discuss, although I know that you were just, you were on the fence about it. I would like to offer the amendment in the spirit that when life was imperiled, that the landlord's property interest would be minimally curtailed as possible in order to preserve the health and safety of the community.
That's right. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would like to offer the amendment when the time is right.
Senator Eckhart. Senator Creighton moves suspension of the regular order of business, Senate Bill 986. There's objection. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez.
In 18 ayes and 11 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 986. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee Senate Bill 986, relating the authority of a local government to regulate evictions.
There is an amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Zaffarine Eckhart.
Senator Eckhart, explain the amendment.
The amendment simply includes an exception for section 418.108 of the Government Code. That particular section allows a county judge or a mayor to declare a local disaster for 6 days. It can only be extended by either the city council or the commissioner's court, depending on who is declaring the local disaster. And at any time, a governor can supersede it. So my hope is that by including this one exception, this very, very narrow exception, that only in cases where public health is clearly in peril and only for a limited time, people would be able to remain in their homes, even if they were rented properties.
Senator Creighton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senator Eckhart has been very gracious in working with me and our office over the past few days in consideration of this language. Because we have not been able to vet it through stakeholders and really understand the impact of it, I would opt to stay with the current language of the bill and current Texas law and oppose the amendment.
Senator Creighton opposes the amendment. Secretary will call the roll. In 70 nays, 12 yeas, the amendment does fail. Senator Creighton is recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, move passage to engrossment.
Is there objection? There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
In 18 ayes and 11 nays, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Creighton recognized. We'll stop right there.
Thank you, Mr. President, members.
Senator Hall recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute Senate Bill 317.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, currently, if a water supply or sewer service corporation is charging fees inconsistent with their own tariff, it is impossible to reach timely enforcement that brings them in line and resolves the problem for the customers. In an instance in my district, a new customer was unlawfully being charged the past due balance of a previous owner of a property as a condition of having the new service started. The amount being charged was so high, $2,000, a new customer could not afford to have service started. All efforts to pursue relief for this customer were thwarted by the provider. Inquiries by legislators and the Public Utility Commission were ignored. Public meetings of the WSC were canceled without notice when attempts were made to bring the issue to the board. Entities entrusted by the state have a monopoly over water and sewer services must be held accountable when they violate that trust. Senate Bill 317 holds these companies accountable. The bill amends the water code to allow for a new applicant for service who believe their water utility company is charging fees that are inconsistent with their tariff to file an appeal to the Public Utilities Commission. If the PUC finds that the fee is inconsistent with the tariff or the water supply or sewer service corporation, the PUC shall issue an order requiring the water supply or sewer service corporation to charge the applicant an amount consistent with the tariff. If a water supply or sewer service corporation were not to comply with a valid order of the Commission, the PUC has the ability to ask the Office of Attorney General to file a suit against the corporation in district court under 13.411 of the Water Code. The PUC would also have the power to impose an administrative penalty against the corporations who do not comply with the water. After consultation with the PUC, the committee substitute for Senate Bill 317 further clarifies this language by stating that the groundwater conservation district fees or other governmental fees are not eligible for appeal. Water service companies are not able to control such fees, and the intent of my bill is to focus on the accountability of the companies who are abusing customers. Members, committee substitutes, Senate Bill 317 is a bill that brings much needed accountability and empowers new applicants and existing customers in seeking a timely resolution in their water service disputes. And with that, Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Hall moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute Senate Bill 317. Is there objection? Seeing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute Senate Bill 317. Secretary read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 317 relating to appellate jurisdiction of the Public Utility Commission regarding certain water or sewer service fees.
Senator Hall recognized for a motion.
Move to engrossment, Mr. President.
Senator Hall moves passed to engrossment. There objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Hall recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Hall moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
In 29 ayes and no nays, the constitutional 3-day rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading final passage committee substitute Senate Bill 317. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 317 relating to the appellate jurisdiction of the Public Utility Commission regarding certain water or sewer service fees.
Senator Hall is recognized for a motion.
Move final passage, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell,
In 29 ayes and no nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Hall.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members.
Senator Hughes, recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 695.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 695. It has to do with the UT Tyler College of Pharmacy. Back in 2013, in response to a real need for pharmacists in East Texas and across our state, university and community leaders came together to open the college. At that time, we did that without any state formula funding. So the building was done with local money, with private funds. The only thing the legislature did was to allow us to have a pharmacy school at UT Tyler, and we funded everything locally. Since that time, it's been demonstrated there's a real demand, a real need. Because it is privately funded, of course, tuition is much higher than it should be for a state school. Now that the college has proven itself, the track record is there, this bill will bring the UT Tyler Pharmacy School into formula funding like every other university program. That's what the bill does, and I move suspension of the regular order of business.
Senator Hughes moves suspension of regular order of business on Senate Bill 695. Is there objection? Seeing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 695. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 695 relating to funding for the University of Texas at Tyler's School of Pharmacy.
Senator Hughes recognizes for a motion.
Mr. President, I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Hughes moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Hughes recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
That's my motion.
Senator Hughes moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
In 29 ayes and no nays, the bill rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 695. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 695 relating to funding for the University of Texas at Tyler's School of Pharmacy.
Senator Hughes recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move final passage.
Senator Hughes moves final passage on Senate Bill 695. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
In 29 ayes and no nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
We're getting ready, Senator Whitmire. We're moving. Oh, you said it's cold. Would you like to make a motion to make it warmer? You know, if we had more members on the board, bodies would create heat. Senator Hinojosa, Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 1841. You recognize to suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Senate Bill 1841 updates Chapter 51 of the Texas Human Resources Code, which outlines the services family violence centers are required to provide. We know through research conducted in Texas that there are services and needs that are not included in Chapter 51. Some of the services most important to victims are counseling, housing, and economic advocacy, and advocacy for their children. These services are being offered in many places but are not presently required in Chapter 51. This bill would ensure family violence programs offer these life-saving services in every part of our state. It would also ensure that the model for offering these services is voluntary or the victim's choice and trauma-informed. With that, Mr. President, I move the suspension of the regular order of business for Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1841.
Any objection? Hearing none. Rules suspended. Chair lays out second reading. Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 1841. Secretary, read the caption. Senator Whitmire, leave our secretary alone here. We're trying to move.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1841 relating to family violence, Center Services for Victims of Family Violence.
You're recognized on engrossment.
I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passes on engrossment. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I so move, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll.
Barada, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
29 ayes, no votes. The rule suspended. Chair lays out third reading and final passage. Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 1841. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1841 relating to family violence, Center Services for Victims of Family Violence.
You're recognized on final.
I move final passage of Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1841.
Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
29 ayes, no nays. The bill finally passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 18.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, tenure is an outdated and costly practice at Texas public colleges and universities. This body's debated the merits of tenure in previous sessions, and since our conversation 2 years ago in extensive public hearings, more concerns about this costly practice of tenure have arisen among the members and stakeholders throughout the state. The brand and the reputation of several colleges and universities have been damaged because of the actions of a few vocal fringe tenured faculty in recent years, and additionally, there is more evidence that non-tenured professors are contributing a disproportionate level of instructional time compared to their tenured counterparts. Senate Bill 18 ends the practice of guaranteed lifetime employment through tenure. All currently tenured professors would not be affected by the bill. If passed, Senate Bill 18 would not allow public institutions of higher education to grant academic tenure starting on September 1st of 2023. Mr. President, I move suspension of the regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 18.
Senator Menendez, what purpose?
Questions of the author, Mr. President?
Do you yield?
Yes, I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Creighton. Senator Creighton, I'm just trying to figure out, and I heard what you said, but what are the reasons for doing away with tenure? The specific reasons. What's the policy advancement? How do things get better? Since in a world where there were no tenure, how would our institutions of higher education be better served?
Senator Menendez, I think that as we see with other institutions that have gone a different route from tenure itself as a policy, that certainly our best and brightest professors can be protected through employment contracts. The professional world and the business world completely revolves upon those types of employment contracts. We have the best and the brightest at our public universities to do what is needed to attract the best researchers and professors from all over the world, and we certainly have the means to offer the pay scale that would attract those professors. But just like we see at MD Anderson that offers employment contracts on 7-year intervals, what we're trying to achieve is to make sure that productivity is maximized, that no one certainly relaxes based on lifetime guaranteed employment. Hopefully we can move outside of this bill to a separate metric that really gets us a return on investment for when we invest in those research professors so they keep producing and performing, and we've got the best in the world at doing that, so we obviously have a model.
My understanding is that tenure is not a lifetime appointment, that there are checks and balances where they have to, if they don't continue to meet certain criteria, that they get checked on that and reviewed, and that it's not a lifetime appointment. Do you have some information otherwise?
Well, both are correct, right? I mean, what you say is exactly correct in the sense that by statute, the Board of Regents has to have a framework implemented where there is a review every 6 years, and there are universities, A&M by example, every 1 to 2 years has a more limited review process within the 6 years that's required by statute. Different universities have different frameworks, and as you might mention, different universities in their diverse needs have different expectations and ideas about how to handle employment practices. Yeah.
So we compete with, our universities in Texas compete with universities across the nation and probably the world for the best and brightest. Would you agree?
Yes.
And when we compete with them, would it not put us at a disadvantage if the potential candidates that are looking at our universities look to Texas and say, well, why would I want to go there when I can't be assured that I'm going to get the same level of protection to be able to do my research, to teach the way I need to teach, that I would get at a university, and name your state, any other state in the U.S. So wouldn't this put us at a competitive disadvantage?
I don't think so, as long as the model that we build in lieu of tenure, in replacement of tenure, is attractive, right? And so you might say, well, what would that look like? And so as we know that MD Anderson, as an example, leads the world in teaching and in clinical and in research and all the different things that they offer, they don't offer this lifetime protected employment tenure track. That they do more employment contracts that are limited in the number of years that they are put together for the scope.
I think you just mentioned a few minutes ago that their contracts are about 7 years in scope and period?
It can be.
They can be up to 7 years.
They don't really extend much past that other than a few examples, but what they do show, and they've been admonished by the American Society of University Professors for not offering lifetime tenure, and there are those obviously that would love all institutions to sort of match and be aligned in what they offer. Because why is that? Because it shows that an alternative model that might reflect that an institution that's best in class in the world can show, just like Cambridge and Oxford do, that without tenure you can be elite and top of the class in every major category for respect and being revered all over the world.
So MD Anderson does not provide tenure tracks, is what you're telling us today?
Not this lifetime tenure track that I'm talking about within the scope of the bill. They offer more of a 7-year employment contract, and then they review that 7 when it expires.
So if MD Anderson, and they're doing as well as they are, why do we need the bill if we have universities that are a health-related institution that teaches currently not having tenure? What's the need? Why do we have it if they found a way? And you mentioned A&M reviews its contracts or tenure every 1 to 2 years, and that there's a process in place for all universities to have the Board of Regents review tenure every 6 years. I'm not sure why we still need to force them to say you no longer have tenure.
Well, there's different reasons, right? I mean, there's herd mentality in many professions, including our higher education institutions, for sort of the viewpoint of just use sort of disarmament in general as just a a nomenclature term, right? Unless the others do it, we will continue to have it. And if there's a ratio of 70-30 or 75-25 on the number of professors that are tenured as opposed to those that are not, those that are not being in the greater percentage, there's a bottleneck there on the best and the brightest, the most talented that are seeking those very coveted positions, yet they're bottlenecked in a way where those opportunities are just not there. And some of the data shows that not only are the best and the brightest, but some of our most diverse faculty are in those categories that are being closed out. But in lieu of tenure, and in line more with what MD Anderson does, or what a Cambridge or an Oxford would provide, there would be more opportunity for the best and the brightest faculty from a broader category of scarce resources to attract them, to make sure that they come to those institutions, that they're fighting in the sort of that hungry mode or performance, especially in the research category, and that more benefit than what we're seeing now.
Well, I can't remember what session it was. Did you carry the legislation on the name, likeness for the athletes?
Last session. Name,
yeah.
Image, and likeness.
Name, image, and likeness. And I remember at the time you had said that we needed to do this to bring us parity with all the other universities so that we would be able to attract athletes to Texas.
That's right.
And it seems like we're doing the opposite. By eliminating tenure, we're now taking away parity with other universities. And we're going on this new unknown track in the desire for diversity in our diversity or whatever it is that we're trying to fix. And so I'm not sure. I'm not sure that how we've gone in the opposite direction than what we did last year when we were thinking we were going to attract more athletes by doing what everybody else was doing.
Yeah, and I can distinguish between the two, right? I mean, in the NIL conversation, we're talking about for the first time ever, athletes getting paid beyond a scholarship.
Right.
And what we're talking about here is scarcity among public education, higher education institution dollars that are publicly funded, and spreading those dollars out to benefit more of the best and brightest professors, not just a select few. Instead of lifetime employment with diminishing returns in many categories, we would bring more of the best and the brightest into the fold, potentially pay more for salaries to those professors that aren't allowed into that tenure track or that tenure category. I think it's very distinguishable.
If the legislation becomes law, does that mean that anybody that has tenure currently at a state institution, do they lose tenure? Do they have to reapply?
No, those with tenure those obligations would be honored. Obviously, around here, we take a lot of pride in not retroactively breaking agreements and contracts. They would have those agreements in place.
All right. Thank you for taking my question.
Thank you, Senator Menendez.
Secretary will call the roll on suspension.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
18 ayes and 11 nays. Rules are suspended. Senator Creighton, can you come here 1 second? Yeah, let's lay it out first. Here, let me lay it out. Hold on 1 second. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 18 relating to tenure and employment status at public institutions of higher education in this state.
Senator Creighton, I'm sorry. Senator Creighton, you're Members, we're waiting for an amendment. It'll just take a moment. It's a short amendment. Members, is there an amendment?
One.
Amendment number 1. Oh, hold on. We just have to get it printed so we can turn it out, distribute it. Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 1 by Blanco and Creighton.
Senator Creighton or Blanco, do you want me to go to first? Senator Creighton on your amendment with Senator Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senator Blanco and I have had many discussions about the effective date of this bill, about the impact on those that are currently on a tenured track, and our offices working together, and then certainly Senator Blanco and I, member to member, I believe that he's made some compelling points to negotiate this change in the bill, and it would be acceptable to me as the author.
Senator Blanco?
Questions for the author?
Pardon, on the amendment?
Yes.
Yes, do you yield?
Yeah, I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, thank you for bringing this amendment and working with our office. I know you've been working with a lot of members on this issue, and this week we've heard a lot of discussion about higher education. I've spoken with constituents. I've heard from minority families across the state who are concerned with this bill, and it's not an easy bill. But I think our universities have had a dismal track record for minority faculty in higher education, and however, we can't deny the progress that's been made in the last decade. There's been some movement. In 2009, the University of Texas at Austin, there was only 6% of tenure track professors were Hispanic. In 2002, that number was 13.4%. So I just want to clarify the intent of this amendment, which is to ensure that there's some fairness for folks who are already in the pipeline. Is that correct?
That's correct. It would provide a runway and a transition time for those that are already on a tenured track. And I just appreciate your approach. I appreciate being able to work with you on it. I think your suggestions were more than appropriate to improve the policy.
I'm glad we're on the same page, Senator, because we've had a lot of conversations from folks. We don't want to. These folks have spent a lot of time, years, and money on their education. So I want to make sure that we, as a body, keep an eye on the ball, and that many faculty of color are not in tenure track process are still discriminated against by, from my perspective, systematic racism. And I look forward to working with you to better on addressing these disparities in higher education. Thank you.
Well, your closing last night and your mention of tenure a couple of different times in your closing, along with your concerns, I think were just excellent remarks, and I appreciate your negotiating with me to improve this legislation. Thank you, Senator Blanco.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Menendez, what purpose?
Questions of the author of the amendment?
You may ask either. Which one do you want to talk to?
Oh, Senator Creighton.
Do you yield?
I yield. Yeah.
Senator Creighton, as you've in your exchange with Senator Blanco, the reason for moving the effective date back from September 1st to January 1st is in order to give people a time who are currently on the track to achieve tenure. Is that correct?
That's right. Those that are on the goal line, it would give a little bit more of a transition period for final paperwork, negotiations, just whatever is needed in that last quarter of a year.
How did you all decide? How did you come up on the timeline? How did you decide which professors on this tenure track where you were going to drop the closing line in terms of tenure track is more than 6 months, isn't it? I mean, I'm just wondering, there's a pipeline of people who've invested years of their life in research and all these other things. And I'm just wondering, how did y'all come up with a 6-month, grace period? I don't understand.
Well, in this legislative body, Senator Menendez, as you know, as the author of many important bills, we have to choose dates. We have to choose effective dates, enacting clauses, ultimately a timeline that starts for the policy to be in effect. And so sometimes on a supermajority, the policy would take effect immediately. Other times, without a supermajority, just upon regular passage of the bill, September is used quite often in the enactment clause of the bill itself. And so we were just looking at those options, and Senator Blanco was just in good faith, was trying to work any way he could to give more runway to those on a tenured track.
So I appreciate your answer to my question. I agree with the spirit of your amendment and the fact that it's just like you said earlier, we don't like to pull the rug out from underneath people when they've made a conscious decision, entered a contract. I feel as if the people who've already started the tenure track have invested time, energy, probably taken positions on research groups and other things because they are on this tenure track. I will support the amendment, but I think the amendment requires more work in the process. I know you have your votes to make the bill keep going to the House, but I think that we really need to think long and hard so that we don't put at risk our medical institutions, our law schools, our four-year institutions, all of the research groups, all of the people who've made a decision to come and invest in their future, thinking that they were going to achieve tenure, starting work that may be 7 months from being finished, could be 8 months, 9 months. But yet we here in the legislature are going to say, I'm very sorry for your investment. We think that you don't qualify anymore. We're taking it out. So I thank you for at least giving them a few people some hope, but I think we can do better. So thank you for taking my questions.
And I appreciate your concerns and your advocacy. I appreciate the conversations we've had on this subject quite extensively. I would contend that the very people that you mentioned that have been on those tracks will not be left behind. Certainly the bill does not preclude universities from negotiating, working hard to keep those exact individuals in an employment contract that is just impossible to turn down. And I would commit to working with you to continue to study forward on impact.
Thank you very much.
Senator West, do you have a question?
Yes.
Do you yield?
I yield.
Senator, I don't plan to stand up here like we did yesterday, but I do need to get some better information. When we recruit top-notch faculty persons from other states, I assume that they enter into a contract with the university. Is that correct? And a part of that contract is tenure. Am I right or wrong about that?
It can include tenure, yes.
Okay. And to the extent that our universities have entered into contracts, we know what those contracts are. They're defined. And if tenure is a part of that, don't you think it wise for us to honor those contracts at least as part of this particular bill going into effect and requiring either the universities through the Higher Education Coordinating Board compiling that information and a list of those individuals and at least allowing those contracts to be fulfilled, assume that all the terms and conditions have been complied with? You're an attorney. That's why I asked you that question.
I certainly understand why you would advocate for that position, Senator West. And sometimes contracts include a reference to tenure. Sometimes they do not. Sometimes the mere mention of tenure is just sort of an added benefit that could be achieved in the future.
Okay, no, I'm talking about the ones that actually mention tenure as a term and condition of the agreement, not something that's, I guess you say, aspirational. Something, if there are contracts that we are currently, we being the state of Texas, are currently involved in with faculty members, don't you think it wise that we fulfill the terms and conditions of the contract as we would want someone who was doing business with the state of Texas to do?
Well, I think we've extended some runway within any of those agreements you mentioned in the amendment that just passed. And I also believe that for those that are just on a tenured track, they can certainly renegotiate with the university on an employment contract, which is really what tenure is, an employment contract that doesn't as much guarantee lifetime employment, but would be more like best in class, what MD Anderson and other universities that do not have tenure, but that are considered the elite of the elite in the world.
And I understand all that, but I'm just saying, you as well as I know that there are contracts that these universities, higher education institutions have entered into that as tenure is a material term and condition of those contracts. And what you're saying is that if they can't be fulfilled within 3 months, then what we do is abrogate our responsibility to contracts. I've never known Texas to want to do that. I thought in Texas, what we do, we stand up for the bargain that we make. I shake your hand, and that's a deal. And we've made some deals with some people. Now all of a sudden we're going back on it. So we're basically saying that we're not good for our word in the state of Texas, especially if we don't want to honor the terms and conditions of contracts. And I don't know how many there are out there, okay, where tenure was a material term and condition for someone coming to the state of Texas, bringing their family to the state of Texas, and taking employment in the state of Texas. It's unrealistic to believe that 6 months, those terms and conditions are going to be fulfilled.
Well, thank you, Senator West. The legislation does take into consideration anyone that has already qualified for tenure within those agreements that you mentioned. For those that have tenure mentioned in a contract that's been executed, but yet they haven't qualified for tenure, those can be renegotiated into some of the best employment contracts that any university in the country could offer, and I expect that to happen.
When you say qualified, what do you mean? When you say have already qualified, I'm sorry, what do you mean by that?
Where tenure is in the contract that they signed and they have already qualified as full tenured professor, this bill would honor that classification.
Sure. I mean, if they've already qualified.
Yes.
But if there's a contract, and members, I'm not trying to bore you with all this contract stuff, but if there's a contract and it says that you have to do A, B, C, D, E, F, in order to get tenure, and they being the faculty member, is doing exactly what they're supposed to do, but they can't get there by January the 1st. What you're now saying is that Texas, the state, is stepping in and said that contract is no longer valid as it relates to that material term and condition that was placed in there for purposes of enticing you to come to Texas in order to be a faculty member at one of our prestigious universities. I'm just saying that I don't think that's fair because I shook your hand. And normally when Texas shake their hand, all right, we're people of our word. And frankly, we're going back on our word as it relates to those individuals. I understand outside of that, but at least I'd ask you to thoughtfully consider those contracts, which are probably, if we can get, making certain that those contract terms and conditions are fulfilled.
Senator West, I did mention in the other part of my answer that those can be renegotiated into some of the best employment contracts in the world. It would honor that significant effort and best effort to meet those provisions of that employment contract and receive that incredible benefit at the end of the day. And I believe our institutions can do that, as MD Anderson does and many around the world that do not offer tenure. But your point is well taken. And I'll continue to monitor progress in hopes that that handshake deal that you mentioned is validated in every way possible without tenure and lifetime employment being what is offered.
Members, is there objection to the amendment? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. You're recognized passage to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move passage to engrossment.
Senator Alvarado, you hit your light once we start you can speak on third reading. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
18 ayes and 11 nays. The bill passes to engrossment. Did you want to speak now, Senator Alvarado? You're recognized. Or we can... Yeah, we're not on the bill anymore because we stopped at engrossment. You can speak on third reading. Senator Mantilla, you recognize on Senate Bill 2232, suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 2232. Members, this bill was voted out of Business and Commerce Committee unanimously. SB 2232 authorizes the Texas Windstorm Insurance Association to establish and enforce minimum requirements for insurance agents selling windstorm and hail insurance policies. The bill aligns with TWIA's biennial recommendations to the Texas legislature. Current statute does not allow TWIA to establish or enforce minimum standards for insurance agents to follow. TWIA does not employ its own agents, and any licensed agent in the state can sell TWIA policies. This includes agents who may not be familiar with the coastal area and with TWIA. A lack of familiarity with TWIA can lead to errors, which takes time and resources for TWIA to correct. SB 2232 grants TWIA the authority to ensure that agents are qualified to sell relevant insurance policies. With this bill, if an agent fails to comply with TWIA's minimum standards, TWIA may limit or prohibit that agent from making sales until they comply. As a result, insurance agents selling TWIA policies will have an appropriate knowledge base, which will increase TWIA's efficiency and ensure that home and business owners receive the care they deserve. Mr. President, I move suspension of the regular order of business.
Any objection? Hearing none, we'll suspend chair lays out second reading Senate Bill 2232. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 2232 relating to requirements for insurance agents offering windstorm and hail insurance policies issued by the Texas Windstorm Insurance Association.
You recognize passage to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage of SB 2232 to engrossment.
Any objection? Hearing none, bill passes to engrossment. You recognize suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be read on 3 several days.
Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt.
29 ayes, no nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 2232. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 2232 relating to requirements for insurance agents offering windstorm and hail insurance policies issued by the Texas Windstorm Insurance Association.
You recognize on final.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of SB 2232.
Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt.
29 ayes, no nays. The bill is finally passed. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Mantilla, you have another 2 in a row. Senate Bill 2233, suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 2233. Members, this bill was voted out of Business and Commerce Committee unanimously. In alignment with TWIA's biennial recommendations to the Texas legislature, SB 2233 eliminates the option for a commercial property to renew a TWIA policy automatically. As a result of the TWIA sunset review and subsequent legislation in 2019, residential and commercial property policies can be automatically renewed. Since enactment, TWIA and insurance agents have found the model works well with residential properties, but have discovered issues with commercial. Commercial properties are more complex and often require lengthy communication between the insured and the agent. Automatic renewal of commercial policies has caused additional work for TWIA clients and agents as they must work on updating policies even after the renewal. Due to the more dynamic nature of commercial property and coverage needs, commercial policyholders may be better served by a traditional, non-automatic renewal process that requires the assistance of an agent. SB 2233 clarifies that only residential policies can be renewed automatically. This ensures that collaboration between insurance agents and commercial clients occurs before the renewal rather than after. This will improve efficiency for TWIA, insurance agents, and business owners. Mr. President, I move suspension of the regular order of business.
Any objection? Hearing none, bill passes. Rules are suspended. Chair now lays out Senate Bill 2233 on second reading. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 2233 relating to automatic renewal of certain policies issued by the Texas Windstorm Insurance Association.
You recognize on passage to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage of SB 2233 to engrossment.
Secretary will. Any objection? Hearing none, bill passes to engrossment. Now you recognize by the constitutional 3-day rule.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be read on 3 several days.
And just so you'll know, as a shortcut, you can always say so moved.
So moved.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt.
29 ayes, no nays. Rules suspended. Chair lays out Third reading and final passage, Senate Bill 2233. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 2233 relating to automatic renewal of certain policies issued by the Texas Windstorm Insurance Association.
You're recognized on final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of SB 2233.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt.
29 ayes, no nays. The bill is finally passed. Thank you. Senator King, Senate Bill 1515, suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to suspend the regular order of business and take up Senate Bill 1515. Yes, I will. Thank you. Members, if you grew up in public school in Texas prior to 1980, you quite likely saw copies of the Ten Commandments because of their moral code, their place in history, and their place in American and Western law. You probably saw it posted in your classrooms, in the hallways. Again, I said until 1980, when a case called Stone v. Graham in Kentucky, in applying what was the Lemon Test for religious liberties, required that the Ten Commandments be taken down in schools all across the United States, and so it occurred in Texas. In 2022, in the Coach Kennedy case, the Supreme Court struck the Lemon Test. And so today, if schools wish to, they could put the Ten Commandments back up anywhere in the nation, in a classroom. However, that ghost of Lemon still resides today. So what Senate Bill 1550 does is simply says that in every public school classroom in the state of Texas, there shall be posted a copy of the Ten Commandments. It prescribes the exact same language for the Ten Commandments, which is on our own Capitol grounds and which has been approved by the Texas and the U.S. Supreme Courts. And also, if you go to the U.S. Supreme Court, you'll also notice when you walk in, as an establishment of its role in law and liberty, the Ten Commandments is posted above the justices and on the doors. This is American tradition. If schools in Texas do not have it in their funding to do that, they can't accept private dollars for this. And with that, I would move suspension.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez.
There's 17 ayes and 12 no votes. Chair now lays out on rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1515. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 1515 relating to the display of the Ten Commandments in public schools.
You're recognized on passage to engrossment.
So move.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
17 ayes for the bill, 12 votes against. We'll hold it engrossment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Middleton, committee substitute for Senate Bill 1396. You're recognized to suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the regular order of business to take and consider committee substitute for Senate Bill 1396. Thank you for allowing me to lay out this bill here today. Mr. President, members, we are a nation and a state built on "In God We Trust," as it says right here above the dais, above us all every day. And the Free Exercise Clause is about religious liberties. And this bill expands religious liberties in our public school system. Senate Bill 1396 authorizes school districts to adopt a policy to provide for a period of prayer or reading of the Bible or other religious texts. And this bill outlines a framework that the school district who adopts and opts into this policy into providing a period of prayer, of reading of the Bible or other religious texts, and that policy that they may use, which has to ensure compliance with our state and federal constitution, as well as existing case law on the subject. And this framework requires that the students or faculty who wish to participate in the period of prayer or reading the Bible or other religious text must submit a consent form, and the period must take place out of the physical presence and out of the hearing of those for whom consent has not been submitted. Senate Bill 1396 is about providing a space for free expression of religion in our public schools and open enrollment charter schools. And this bill does not make participation in prayer or the reading of religious text or Bible reading compulsory in any way. The period provided under this bill does not replace or supplant any elective course or classes that a student may take as part of their education. It is simply meant to allow a space for students and faculty to freely express their religion. The reality is our school children and our school faculty spend much of their lives in the school building and in the classroom, just like we do in this body while we're in session. And our schools are not God-free zones. And this bill significantly expands those religious liberties in our public school system. And with that, members, I move suspension of the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1396.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell.
17 ayes, 12 nays. The rules are suspended. Charlie's out in second reading. Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 1396. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1396 relating to a period of prayer and reading of the Bible or other religious text in public school.
There is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 1 by Paxton.
Senator Paxton, on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Middleton, for bringing this bill and working with my office on some concerns that we had, and this amendment addresses those. This amendment simply clarifies that this bill doesn't do anything to any existing rights that students have already to express their sincerely held religious beliefs through prayer or Bible reading while they're at school.
Thank you, Senator Paxton. This amendment is acceptable to the author, and I think it's a very good clarification that we are not restricting in any way the religious liberties of our students. So thank you for bringing this amendment. Very good amendment.
Thank you, Senator Middleton. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
Questions for the author?
Do you yield, Senator?
I do. Thank you.
Senator Paxton.
So, Senator Paxton, I appreciate this amendment with regard to a period of prayer not to substitute for instructional time. I'm wondering, the second paragraph, regardless of whether the board or trustee of a school district, the governing body of blah, 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 adopts a policy under subsection A, this section does not prohibit a student or employee of the district or school from participating in prayer or reading the Bible or other religious text during a period of the school day. Isn't this just a restatement of the current law? If you are a Muslim child, you can go to your school administrator now and say, I must have 2 periods of prayer during the school day. Give me an appropriate space to do that. Isn't that the current law?
And basically, this is there in the context of the new bill, so that it's very clear that nothing in existing law has been impacted to detract from an already existing and clear right. So it's just for clarification. They're in context with the new language of the bill.
I appreciate the amendment. I'm just struggling to see how the proposed bill and the amendment does anything to change the current status, which is any child may go to administration and get a place and time of prayer during the school day under current law.
So, Senator, my amendment is just to make clear that nothing in existing law is impacted negatively for a student's religious rights. That's what my amendment does.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Hinojosa, what purpose?
Will Senator Paxton yield for a question?
Do you yield?
Of course.
You know, Senator Paxton, I know how important religion is to our lives, and but does your amendment also allow for any, for example, we have different religions in this world of ours, and in our nation, we have freedom of religion. Is this restricted to any particular religion?
Senator, that might be a question you'd like to address the bill author, but my amendment does not restrict anything about any particular religion. It is, I think the intent of all of this is that any students,
religious faith is that their practice of their faith is being protected, regardless of what that faith might be.
So it could be the Quran, it could be the Bible, it could be...
Yes, that would be my intent, Senator.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Paxton,
Thank
for
you.
your answer.
Thank you.
Senator Middleton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the amendment is acceptable to the author.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is adopted. You're now recognized passage to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move passage to engrossment for committee substitute for Senate Bill 1396.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bergel.
17 ayes, 12 noes. Bill passed to engrossment. We'll hold there.
Thank you.
Senator Perry, Senate Bill 1047, suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Senate Bill 1047 is Texas Produced Water Consortium, aka pilot projects, follow up to Senate Bill 602 from the previous session. Senate Bill 1047 builds on the initiative created from the Texas Produced Water Consortium. Senate Bill 1047 continues the consortium and directs it to conduct pilot projects to find the best method through testing to get produced water to a beneficial use standard. With that, I move to suspend the regular order of business.
Any objection? Hearing none, rules suspended. Chair lays on second reading. Committee substitute, not committee substitute. Senate Bill 1047. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 1047, relating to funding and activities of the Texas Produced Water Consortium.
You recognize pass to engrossment.
Move passage to engrossment.
Any objection? Hearing none, bill passed to engrossment. You recognize suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Move to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt.
29-0. The rules suspended. Chair lays out third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 1047. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 1047, relating to funding and activities of the Texas Produced Water Consortium.
You
Move final
recognize?
passage.
Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt.
If they were all that easy, Senator.
Mr.
29-0. The bill passes.
It's a little bill, but this may be the key to the water supply in Texas over the next 50 years.
There are no little bills.
Thank you, sir.
They're big to someone. Thank you. Betancourt, committee substitute for Senate Bill 2071, suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. According to the National Conference of State Legislatures, 22 states and Washington, D.C. provide for an automatic recount are conducted if the margin of between two candidates in a certain election exceeds certain parameters. The threshold generally goes from either a tie to 1%. The common trigger is 0.5%, and that's what the committee substitute for Senate Bill 2071 establishes. For the initial recount, sampling would be conducting 100% of electronic ballots, 5% of early voting ballots, 5% of polling place locations, and 5% of polling place locations established for Election Day. The earlier one was for earlier voting. If the discrepancy continues, then it can be a full recount be ordered from there. I'll have one amendment to clarify that the 0.5% is the number that we're using throughout the bill. And thank you, Mr. President. Move suspension of the regular order of business. Take up and consider the committee substitute for Senate Bill 2071.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bergel.
19 ayes, 10 nays. The rules suspended. Chair lays on second reading. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 2071. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2071, relating to automatic recounts of certain elections.
There is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Betancourt.
Senator Betancourt, on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I mentioned before, this is the clarifying amendment to make sure that we take out one and have 0.5% at all points of the bill. Move adoption of floor amendment number 1.
Any objection? Hearing none. Amendment adopted. You recognize passage to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage and engrossment of the committee substitute of Senate Bill 2071.
Okay. Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
19 ayes, 10 nays. Bill passes to engrossment. You'll hold there.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Cole, of course, what purpose? To get those people out of your way?
State
your inquiry.
We were just talking over here. Does Senator Betancourt get more intense spots than the rest of us on the calendar in Tenco? Just
Did you say?
curiosity. I don't know if anybody's noticed, but every time I turn around, he's standing up passing a bill.
Or Senator Zaffarini?
That's true. Between the two of them, it's kind of their show. Just a parliamentary inquiry, Mr.
I thought you asked, does he get more intense as he passes bills? I think that answer would be yes. Okay. Sorry to bring this up. Senator Betancourt. Yeah. We need all the audit bills he's passing. We need an audit of his intent calendar. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 2433. You're recognized to spend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the committee substitute for Senate Bill 2433 is an omnibus bills of various bills we've identified from specific issues in Harris County. In general, the committee substitute for Senate Bill 2433 requires accountability from elections administrator, election judges for the following addresses. Voters whose address do not have an address, the voter will be able to make a statement to that effect on their voter registration. Reports required to present to the Election Commission by the election administrator include logistic details, and the commission must review the reports and make recommendations back to the election administrator. Election judge fails to provide information required by the code in election returns. The offense can be increased to a Class A misdemeanor. For election judge shall provide the number of provisional ballots daily to the election administrator. Election administrator will be required to take time and date stamp carrier envelopes for mail ballots. Duplication ballots would be done by a team of 2 from different aligned political parties for verification. A county selected for random audits may not be required to pay for the cost of the audit except if there are penalties. And lastly, counties are required to cooperate in support of a randomized audit. These are pretty common sense recommendations and move suspension of the regular order of business to take up and consider the committee substitute for Senate Bill 2433.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Guerrero Blanco.
18 ayes, 11 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 2433. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2433 relating to certain election practices and procedures.
There is an amendment by Hall. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Hall.
Senator Hall, on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Betancourt, for working with us on this. I think this is a very timely amendment that enhances all of what we're trying to do to secure our elections, because currently the county is not required to verify the result tapes reported to it from the precinct locations, and in turn, the state doesn't confirm the counties that the totals they reported are accurate. And it's an instance of human error easily could go overlooked because at no level of reporting process is an entity required to return back and confirm what it was reported was indeed what it reported to the next entity up in the transmission of the results. This amendment requires a county clerk to simply verify that the county returns posted on Secretary of State's website actually reflect the county's precinct turns, and the Secretary of State shall compare the county returns with the corresponding local elections register. And I believe this is acceptable to the author.
Senator Hall, it's a really good common sense point. You're right. If you report the results, you need to check them. And all this is a reporting check to make sure that the numbers are correct. And if there's a problem after verification, it gets corrected. So what gets measured gets fixed. I agree. Amendment is acceptable to the author.
Senator Hughes, your light is on. Did you wish to speak on this amendment? All right. Members, the amendment is acceptable to the author. Any objection? Hearing none. Amendment is adopted. You recognize passage to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage and engrossment of the committee substitute of Senate Bill 2433.
33, is that the number of bills you passed today?
That's only, yes, only 3 more than Senator Zaffarini did yesterday.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Guerrero Blanco.
18 ayes, 11 nays. We'll hold right there.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Members, we have 2 more bills before we go to the next day. So as you're planning your schedule. 2 more bills on this day, and then we will finish up on third readings and we'll be complete. Senator Paxton, committee substitute for Senate Bill 2381. Suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members. FamilyResources.texas.gov is a publicly facing Texas.gov website that has the stated purpose of providing support and resources for expectant and new mothers, parents, and their children to ensure a bright and healthy future for all Texas families. While the site already exists, it is not particularly mobile friendly as it needs to be. This bill tasks HHSC with taking the website to the next level with the help of DIR. The bill also builds on the existing section for expectant mothers with some fact-based information and resources to support them in this stage of their lives. I move to suspend.
Senator Menendez, what purpose?
Questions of the author, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Paxton. I want to thank you for, in your layout, you said that this, the intention of this bill is to help create some pregnancy-related resources and information, and you want them to be fact-based, right?
That's correct. And actually, I included that language because of the conversations that you and I have had earlier today.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And you mentioned to me earlier in our conversations that abortion's illegal in Texas, right?
It is.
Okay. So abortion's illegal in Texas. The website is intended to be fact-based. And so I appreciate you taking my questions. I've got a few amendments that we've worked on, and I want to thank you for working on those amendments. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr.
Senator
President.
Menendez.
Thank you. Senator Eckhart, what purpose?
To ask questions of the author.
Do you yield?
I do. Senator Paxton, we had discussed this before. Could you tell me what is the added benefit of specifically referencing abortion in this statute? My understanding is the intention here is to provide a website and mobile app for reproductive health care generally for women who are pregnant or contemplating getting pregnant, correct?
It certainly is aimed at addressing all sorts of things that are tangential to that. So I guess what I would say is that we know that the law has changed in Texas, but every day there are women moving here from out of state, and of course there are women who are here now. I don't think any of us presume to think that everyone knows everything about the law on any particular nature. And some of these issues that are related to abortion do impact the questions that women have about their own situation as they're looking for information to make good decisions.
But the language of the bill does not specifically reference preeclampsia or miscarriage or a D&C or any other procedure that is a aspect of our reproductive health care, does it?
No, and in fact, there are references to matters that are tangential to abortion, impacted by abortion, but that is certainly not the bulk. It is just one element of many things that are referenced in very general ways.
I will have an amendment when the time is right. Thank you for answering my questions.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And members, I miscounted. There are 4 bills total. This is one of the 4. So we have Senator Johnson, just to let you know. Oh, Mr. Doorkeeper, hold on one second. Mr. Doorkeeper?
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I'm directed by the House to inform the Senate that the House has taken the following.
Thank you, sir. Senator Johnson, I apologize for that.
Thank you, Mr. President. Questions of the author?
Do you yield?
Oh, I do yield. Sorry, I got a little distracted by the messenger there. So
We're a busy place. Senator Paxton, I wanted to ask you specifically about page 2 of the bill, describing interaction with the web page. And by the way, the idea of having a web page and an app for resources for prenatal care for women is an excellent idea. As Senator Eckert and Menendez have already expressed, we have problems with this being used as an anti-abortion vehicle, particularly in a state where abortion is no longer legal. And so I'm wondering here on this web page, on the provision regarding the web page, paragraph 1, it asks, through a series of questions, this web page must provide the person accessing the web page information tailored to the person's answers, including information regarding the risks related to abortion at all stages of gestation. So I presume that this interactive web page is going to ask the woman questions about her intentions with respect to carrying the fetus to term or having an abortion. Is that your wish that the website do that?
the intent of the bill is, and of course this will be done by rule, HHSC will develop these questions, but the intention of this section really is to direct the woman to answers to her questions.
And if one of her questions has to do with terminating a pregnancy, it would answer those questions, right?
Well, one of the things that is addressed in the language of the bill, you've pointed this out, it would direct to the risks of an abortion.
I understand. And so
which is good information to have.
At that point, and I think it is good information to have. Mm-hmm. At that point, the woman, presumably the woman who is accessing this website, has interacted with the website. I'm wondering whether or not the state or somebody is going to acquire identifying information through this process and track this woman, track her movement, see where she's going to go, track her out of state perhaps. Are we running the risk of the state collecting personal, private, protected information about somebody who uses this website, particularly to target them for behaviors the state not wish for this person to engage in?
Well, thank you, Senator Johnson. I hope you know I care about data privacy. And actually in previous legislation that I have carried in prior sessions, we have specifically addressed this issue multiple times because we can't be too careful. But the answer to your question is no. There is no collection of data, and to be very clear, I actually have my staff reach out to DIR about this particular provision. This information is designed to collect anonymized...
De-identified?
Thank you. That's much easier to say. De-identified information that would be perhaps helpful to get a woman directed to resources that are local for her and specific to what her questions are. But DIR, when directly asked, is this collecting data, the answer was no.
And it sounds like you would probably be agreeable then to an amendment that would expressly state that they shall not collect identifying data or something to that effect.
Well, it is unnecessary. It is already the intent of the bill, and it is already the way we do things in Texas.
I tell you what, it would make me more comfortable, and I think there may be an amendment offered by someone other than me on that point, but I want to make sure that we're not using this to track and bully people.
Well, I would agree with your sentiment there.
Okay, and I'll echo the sentiments of my colleagues on the I think you've taken a very good bill and turned it into, at the same time as having some good provisions, yet another bludgeoning tool on the subject of abortion, which has already been made illegal. And it's unfortunate because you've got something that I think provides a really important public service here. I wish it weren't contaminated with this, at this point, unnecessary ideological push. So thank you for answering my questions.
You're welcome.
The motion is on suspension. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
20 ayes, 9 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair leaves out in second reading. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 2381.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2381 relating to the development of a web page and mobile application for the provision of pregnancy-related resources and information.
Members, there is an amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Menendez.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to make sure. So, members, in the opening, our colleague, Senator Paxton, said she wants to make sure that this website is fact-based. And if you follow me to page 1, starts on line 33, where it talks about the resources for mental health, counseling, pregnancy, mentorship opportunities. Then on number C, on line 38, it says healthcare and well-being services, including services for obstetrical and gynecological support, which, as we all know, are medical services. And there's a comma, and then it says abortion pill reversal. So I'm not familiar with the term. I went to see if this was a medical procedure, and you can't find an FDA-approved abortion pill reversal. There is no such procedure. There was a 2020 study conducted, but it was ended due to safety concerns. My concern is that if we keep that in there, there's no scientific evidence or any type of successful studies. And earlier this session, we heard from Senator Campbell talk about the need for scientific studies, medical studies that would support rationale for, at the time it was hormone therapy. I think it's important that if we state in a legislation, if we state medication for abortion reversal, it is as if we're saying this is effective. We are voting to say this is a possibility. If you took the abortion pill, that there's a possibility for a reversal. And I'm concerned. I'm concerned that we ensure that every Texan, every person who reads this website has all the facts, and that the facts are scientific, they're medically based, and that they are factual. We had a great conversation, Senator Paxton and I, and my concern, and she says, but you know, she's told me, she said, what if we take away hope? And we should give them every opportunity. My thought is, we should describe possibilities, but we should not put something in there as a potential, right in there with the obstetrical, gynecological support, breastfeeding assistance, dental care, health care, abortion pill reversal, as if it were a medically approved treatment, because it's not. And so I'm concerned. I want to make sure that we keep this fact base. I can tell you that there is an article from the American College of Obstetrics and Gynecologists that says that medication abortion reversal procedures are not backed by science and they're considered unethical. And it says these procedures typically are offered by crisis pregnancy centers, many which sometimes unfortunately mislead a pregnant woman. And so I know that no one in this room, especially not my colleague Senator Paxton, wants to mislead anybody. And so that's what this does. This amendment simply strikes the word abortion pill reversal. I would be much more open to something as, prevention or miscarriage prevention, something that would be a little bit more not necessarily listed as a medical procedure. And so that's why I present to you the amendment that strikes abortion pill reversal, taking it out of the healthcare section of this bill as a resource, because it is not based in science or medicine. And that's I move adoption of floor amendment number 1, Mr. President.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Senator Paxton on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm always appreciative of the opportunity to consider new ideas, Senator Menendez. I think the conversations I've had with you, I always have in good faith. I would, unfortunately, I would characterize some of the things that we talked about, that you've said that I've said a little differently than what you just said. That's fair enough. But I think you would be hard-pressed to say that it is fact-based to say there is no such thing as abortion pill reversal treatment. It is offered by doctors, and you and I talked about this. And I gave you evidence, I showed you studies where there are doctors who, I texted you a list of research. I don't know that you've had a chance to look at it, but you asked if I would send it, and I did. But what we do know is that there is such a procedure. It is built on basically not a new medication, but a long-established treatment with hormones. Bioidentical progesterone, which is used to treat and help prevent early delivery of babies, premature birth. It's used to help prevent miscarriage when there's been a history of recurring miscarriage. And it is also very commonly used as a maintenance treatment for families or a woman who has an in vitro fertilization pregnancy. So this has been used since the 50s for these purposes. The bioidentical progesterone has been approved by FDA for these purposes. So there is such treatment. It is, I think, an innovative use of this treatment, and some would call it an off-label treatment, but it does exist, and that is a fact. It is also a fact that there is documented evidence that this has been successful in many, many cases. I think when we do this sort of treatment or protocol when a doctor chooses with the patient to do this in the event of recurring miscarriages, there's certainly no promise that there won't be another miscarriage. With in vitro fertilization pregnancies, there's certainly no promise that the pregnancy will be sustained. It's simply a treatment that increases the probability. So with that, this is certainly an opportunity. It is only appealing to a very small segment of women, women who have taken the abortion pill and are regretting their decision. This provides information for a woman who is drawn to that information that it's something she might want to discuss with her doctor. And of course, it has to be used within 72 hours. There are a lot of parameters around it. But I think a website like this, certainly in a situation like this, we want to provide information and not withhold information. And for that reason, I will be voting against the amendment.
Member Senator Menendez sends up an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez.
There being 12 ayes and 17 nays, the motion fails. Senator Paxton, you're recognized for members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 2 by Johnson.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. We just had a discussion with Senator Paxton about the prevalence of the word abortion in this statute, and an otherwise excellent statute. It appears 6 times across 4 or 5 provisions. This bill simply strikes every clause that relates to abortion and leaving nothing but a really excellent bill about prenatal services for women. In addition to striking the abortion sections, it change is a reference on page 2, line 17 of the bill. There's a reference to the Alternatives to Abortion program pursuant to a piece of legislation that Senator Kolkhorst either has or will pass. That program is going to be changed to the Texas Pregnancy and Parenting Support Network. So we would change it to that and strike the provisions regarding abortion so that we've got a good bill, not one that's yet another way to further a debate that no longer needs to be furthered at the emotional expense of women.
Senator Paxton, you're recognized on the amendment. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Menendez.
Quick
For what
question.
purpose?
Quick question of the author of the amendment.
Do you yield, Senator Johnston?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Senator
Thank you,
Johnston.
Mr. President. So, Senator Johnson, you mentioned, if I look at the bill and it says pregnancy-related resources and information webpage, and we all have agreed that it is critically important for people to have all the resources and information they can, especially if it's unexpected, unplanned pregnancy, maybe they don't have a medical home, they're uninsured, something to that effect. And your amendment, I think what it goes to is the fact that in Texas, basically it is almost impossible to receive an abortion, is it not?
It's impossible to receive one legally.
Legally, correct.
Yeah.
So, and I don't know of anywhere else. So then why would the need to have abortion listed in the bill?
It's actually an excellent point you raised. The bill itself is related to pregnancy resources, not abortion resources. And by definition in Texas, if you're pregnant, you're seeking prenatal counseling, prenatal services. Again, there's some very good ones provided in here. And Senator Paxton, you and I had just talked about it. It is useful perhaps for a woman to know the risks associated with an abortion if she's contemplating one. But since it's not legal here, and since there are abundant resources for women to go find out the risks of an abortion, it seems to me inconsistent with the purposes of the statute, which is to make sure that a woman has a healthy, good, positive emotional and physical experience with her pregnancy and delivers a healthy child.
On line 11 of your amendment, towards the end, it starts, strike the Alternatives to Abortion program and substitute the Texas Pregnancy and Parenting Support Network.
Right.
So what you're trying to say is, look, you've got support and there's a network here and you're pregnant and the state of Texas wants to help.
Yeah, and that is exactly what Senator Kolkhorst was doing with her bill, which again we had some issues with along similar lines. But if in fact what we're trying to do is construct a system where we provide assistance to pregnant women, we should be providing assistance to pregnant women, not bludgeoning them on the issue of abortion.
Thank you for bringing the amendment forward.
Thank you for pointing out something that needed to be pointed out here. It's important. Thank you for entertaining our conversation, Senator Paxton.
You're welcome.
Senator Paxton, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Thank you, Senator Menendez. So I think you said 6 times. I was wondering how many times it had shown up. I'm estimating that there are probably 600 words in the bill, so 1% of the words show up there, which I'm sure there are other words that outpace it in frequency. But the one element of your amendment that I think is a really great idea is the renaming. However, right now it has not been renamed. And so because we right now are at this moment in time, I believe this is the correct language, but of course I am absolutely agreeable to updating that language when we get there. So thank you.
It happens down the road.
Thank you. And the amendment is not acceptable to the author.
Members, Senator Johnston sends up an amendment. It is not acceptable to the author. The question is on the amendment. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
There being 12 ayes and 17 nays, the amendment fails. Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment 3 by Menendez.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Senator Paxton and I have been talking quite a bit this morning about this bill, and this is one amendment. We sent all the amendments to her and her team, and the good news is that with this amendment, it appears that we have some agreement. And all we would do with this amendment is add some more information to the webpage. First, it would add information and resources about kinship care as a family planning option for pregnant mothers. And kinship care is pretty much what it sounds like, where the kin of the child can legally care for them if the parents are unable to. And it's proven to result in better health and well-being outcomes for all children. And it's a way for families to stay together. The second addition would be to ensure that there's information on safe haven laws, sometimes known as Baby Moses laws, and emergency infant care providers. And some of you may remember earlier in the session, Senator Hughes passed a bill on baby boxes. And those were the ones we discussed earlier this session. But many people may not be aware. Obviously, we don't even have the law on the new ones. But these are the legal ways that you can give up your child, such as taking them to a designated emergency infant care provider. And sometimes they're firehouses, sometimes they're emergency rooms. And these providers should hopefully have a baby box, a device where they can be placed safely and tended to by emergency medical professionals as soon as they're there. This option also allows for the mother to anonymously let their child go and have a better life if they feel that's the best option for them. Members, one thing that I totally agree with Senator Paxton about this website, we need to give expectant mothers as many options as they can for them and their children if they feel that they cannot raise that child. And so I believe this amendment's acceptable to the author. Thank you, Mr. President. I move adoption.
Senator Paxton, is the amendment acceptable?
I wish I'd have thought of it myself.
All right.
It
Member
is.
Senator Menendez sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Members, there is an amendment. The Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 4 by Menendez.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is another simple amendment because we've already heard that abortion is illegal in Texas. So this amendment would ensure that the website would not contain any type of language that could be seen as coercive or persuasive to cause anybody that comes here for information to feel like they were being pushed in a certain direction. And I know that's not your intention, Senator Paxton, and I know that we do not. No one in this room, especially with the conversations that Senator Hall had with Senator Middleton about personal liberties and freedoms and choices, that no one wants to have someone make a decision that goes against their well-being. I know we expressed that on the COVID vaccine or wearing a mask. And it is in the same vein that I do not want anyone to be feeling coerced or persuaded, any pregnant woman, to make a decision in a particular way because we, as the state, feel we know what's best. And because I know it's not your intention, I think we should adopt this so that whoever's putting this information on this webpage, they know the guardrails. The guardrails are there. This is information only, and that's what that is the reason for this amendment. Mr. President, members, I move adoption of floor amendment number 4.
Senator Paxton, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. As Senator Menendez noted, it is not the intention of the bill to provide that. This is information and resource sharing. It is implicit in the bill that this is not to happen, and so for that reason, it is not acceptable to the author.
Senator Menendez sends up an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. The question is on the amendment. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
There being 12 ayes and 17 nays, the amendment fails. Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 5 by Eckhart.
Senator Eckhart, you're recognized on the amendment.
Members, this is a simple amendment I have discussed with Senator Paxton, and she has agreed that there is no intention in her bill to harvest identity information or geospatial information from the individuals who are accessing this website, either through computer or through the mobile app. But it's not anywhere addressed in the bill. And while I appreciate the assurances of Health and Human Services, I always like to trust but verify. So this is a simple amendment simply stating that the state may not capture, collect, or store any identity information or geolocation information from those who are accessing the website for this useful resource. And I would move approval of the amendment.
Senator Paxton, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And
Senator, let me back up. A light just came up. Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Questions of the author of the amendment?
Does the author yield?
Absolutely.
The author yields.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Eckhart, I want to see if I understand correctly. Today, anybody goes on any website, and there may be at the bottom, there's something where it says this website takes cookies. Do you accept? Do you reject? All your amendment says is that you want to make sure that the state of Texas, on this page, on this webpage, ensures every single Texan that they're not going to try to take their data, their information, the track, because, I mean, unfortunately, I think we heard recently that DPS had a breach, a data breach, and a lot of our constituents' data was lost. And what your concern is that everyone has the privacy to access information about their pregnancy and know that no one's going to track them. Is that what you're trying to do?
That's all I'm trying to do, to protect the privacy of those who are accessing it. And also, this is an interactive website. It's not a passive website. And I want to draw an important distinction here. A passive website is like reading a page in a book. But this website has an interactive piece where you answer a number of questions so that it will tailor the information it provides to you. And that's why it, I believe, is crucial to assure those who are interacting with the website, either from a computer or from a mobile device, that their private interaction and information will not be stored, either their identity or their geospatial location.
Thank you for your amendment. I think it's an excellent amendment. Thank you, Mr. President, members.
Thank you.
Senator Paxton, you're recognized on the amendment.
thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Senator Eckhart. I appreciate your comments as well, Senator Menendez. It is the intent of the bill not to collect data, et cetera. And to be very honest with you, Senator Eckhart, this is the first time I'm seeing the language. I wish we'd had the conversation earlier, and I feel more comfortable because I don't think I have any sort of conceptual issue with it. But I also think it's a broader, this really has much broader application than just this website. And what I would prefer to do is to look at this a little more thoughtfully and address the broader policy issue with the websites that we have with state resources. And so for that reason, I'm going to vote no on the amendment, but I hope you understand I would love to work on how we deal with this issue in a broader way as a policy for information on state websites.
Would you be amenable to looking at whatever the House companion is and advocating that appropriate language go on to safeguard users?
Yes, I'd be willing to continue to work with your office on that. I'd like a little more time. If I'd had a little more time to review it, I think I'd feel more comfortable. But I also think it brings up a bigger issue that's much broader than just this website. I think it's a great point. So I'll be voting no on the amendment in an agreeable way.
Senator Eckhart sends up an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. The question is on the amendment. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Gardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
There being 12 ayes and 17 nays, the amendment fails. Senator Paxton, you are recognized for a motion to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Members, is there any objection? Secretary will call the roll.
Oh, I'm very sorry.
It's okay. Look, I asked my team, did y'all get one?
I wonder.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
Members, there being 21 ayes and 8 nays, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Paxton, you're recognized from... Oh, I'm sorry, we'll have to hold it here for today.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Menendez, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute to Senate Bill 627.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, this bill is simply meant to clarify what is already applicable for a rebate at the state hotel occupancy tax and sales tax under a qualified hotel project. San Antonio has been bustling with developments like restoring and preserving the Alamo, the recently renovated convention center, and the most recently revitalized historic 1968 World's Fair at Hemisphere. San Antonio is already eligible for a QHP. However, they've run into a lack of clarity in the administration of their development efforts, and this bill aims to resolve that. And so, Mr. President and members, I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider at this time the committee substitute to 627.
Senator Menendez moves suspension on the regular order of business on committee substitute to Senate Bill 627. Is there any objection? Hearing none. No? Oh, Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hall.
Members, there being 22 ayes and 7 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute to Senate Bill 627. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute, Senate Bill 627, relating to the entitlement of certain municipalities to certain tax revenue related to a hotel and convention center project.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized for a motion on committee substitute to Senate Bill 627.
Mr. President, I move passage to engrossment.
Okay. Senator Menendez moves passage to engrossment. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez.
There being 22 ayes and 7 nays, the motion prevails. The bill is moved to engrossment. And Senator will hold it there for today.
Got it.
Senator Hall, you're recognized on Senate Bill 990 to suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. In 2008, a pilot program for countywide polling programs was established to permit counties to conduct collections at countywide voting locations instead of by precinct. Early on, participation was limited to counties that exclusively use electronic voting systems that maintain computerized and linked registration lists at polling places. The program has expanded each year since its inception to include 90 counties. To participate in the program, a county must first hold a public hearing. Senate Bill 990 repeals Section 4307 of the Electric Code that establishes a countywide polling program. In response to feedback from members, there will be a couple of amendments to bracket this provision of the bill so that they apply only to the state's 10 largest counties and to clarify that the bill applies only to election day. With that, Mr. President,
Senator Alvarado, what purpose?
To ask the author some questions.
Do you yield?
Yes, I do.
So your bill is getting rid of countywide polling. Is this on election day, early voting, both?
Election day only. Well, there'll be amendment to confirm it. So election day, it is only election day, but we're adding a statement that clarifies it's absolutely election day only.
Okay, so why not have it for the entire time, election day? Is there something that you think might be going on during some kind of irregularities during the early vote period, but not on election day?
If I had my way completely, it would be both periods. I think it should be, but not everyone shares my view on both time frames.
Okay, so during the committee testimony, we heard it was said about some theoretical possibilities that a voter could vote more in more than one location. Has that actually happened?
Problem is, the way we manage the elections, we have no way of really knowing because of the lack of monitoring on the poll books and the delays that occurs with them, and there's very little check and balance on it. So we have actually very, very sketchy way of doing that. So we really don't know, and that's one of the main problems is the lack of knowing.
Well, again, here we are with yet another election bill. I've lost track how many we've passed now, 20, 30 something. I don't know, because every day there's at least a handful, and I don't know how y'all keep coming up with more ideas on this topic, but again, there's no basis, there's no proof, there's no evidence that someone has voted in more than one location. You're going on some theoretical approach here. Why not base it on factual, on evidence, something that you can point to and say, in this county, somebody abused it and voted in more than one location?
Because of the way they handle it, collecting information, collecting data, and actually finding things like that is extremely difficult. And it's not just people voting in more than one location. That's not the issue, is that you have precinct votes that are spread all over the county, and to aggregate those votes, you never really know if something got lost in the translation of getting from the vote spread all over the county down to central counting to one location. It makes it extremely difficult to ever audit that because of the way the votes are broken up.
Do you know how many counties currently have the countywide polling?
About 90.
Yeah, 91. Are you concerned that now that's going to cause an extra burden on some counties, finding more polling locations? I mean, there's more cost involved.
Don't see that as a particular problem. What it does is it trades security of the elections for convenience, and I think security of elections is far more important than just convenience.
Okay, but has security been breached in any way? Do you have any evidence that this has taken place?
Security can be breached by mistakes, not by intention. This is not particularly due with anybody concerning about fraud. It's the fact that we have the precinct votes spread all over the place in multiple places, and it varies from from year to year, and not knowing how those votes ever get aggregated, because it makes it almost impossible to make sure that the number of the votes that get to the county when they're aggregated are actually what happened as it spread all over the county. By the votes being cast in a precinct, it will be much easier to verify and confirm that the votes that cast in the precinct ended up in the totals in the county.
Do you have any evidence of these mistakes?
The problem is we don't have any way. It'd be like a bank taking the money and never having an audit of it, just letting the money come in one window and go out another window, no audit of it. This will give us the ability to make sure that the votes are being transferred and it is accurate. It's something we don't know. It's unknowable.
So why not change your bill to an audit instead of doing away with countywide polling, if that's your concern?
Because that just auditing it the way it is would be much more complicated, much more expensive, and very time consuming. This simplifies the process.
Well, is there another type of auditing that would satisfy your concern of some theoretical situation that could occur?
I cannot come up with one that would be practical with the countywide voting.
You know, countywide voting has been a convenience for some. It's not just that it favors one side of the aisle or the other. Have you heard any feedback from people who maybe are concerned that this is going to cause them to drive across town as they're going to work or dropping off their kids and there's a convenient polling location near them?
It's not a matter of whether it favors one or the other. That's not the issue at all. It's just the overall accuracy. I think it's very important that we are as sure as we possibly can be that a vote cast is counted just the way it was intended to be.
You're talking about accuracy, but do you have any evidence, any information to prove that there hasn't been accuracy in countywide polling? You're proposing this bill that isn't based on any factual information, zero evidence.
We have a number of instances in which we have been able to identify the precinct counts, the county count, and the state count at the state level, and found significant discrepancies where we were able to get the data. The data is so carefully guarded and kept from the public, it's almost impossible to get the information to confirm it. But where we have looked for it, we have found that the difference in the vote count at a precinct and the county and the state vary sometimes significantly.
Was that reported to the proper authorities, whether it's the Secretary of State?
There have been numerous reports to the Secretary of State about discrepancies like that.
And what took place with those discrepancies?
I have no idea because no action has really been taken.
So then maybe that's an issue to take up with the Secretary of State and not necessarily do away with countywide voting that affects 91 counties.
Well, if they were to take action on it, it's my feeling that this is probably what they would say should be done to make sure that they are able to better account for the votes.
So why not have a conversation then with the Secretary of State's office?
We did.
And what was the response?
They like this idea. They think
what was their response to looking at the discrepancies that you say y'all found with some inaccuracies with tallies or something?
They agree that this is a good solution to that problem.
But did they actually look into the discrepancies? You said that they did take them to the Secretary of State's office.
I can't speak for what they did. When we brought the issue up with them, I know what their response was. They liked what we were proposing.
But if you're really concerned about these irregularities that you claim happened, they went to the Secretary of State's office, nothing was done, aren't you concerned that somewhere along the way somebody dropped the ball in reporting those discrepancies?
What has happened was this was put up as a pilot program, and they had no authority to change it. It was in statute. But when we talked to them about it, they agreed that this would be a more secure way to handle the votes.
Secure because there were some violations of secure measures, or
I don't know what they said, but they agreed that they thought this was a good solution.
So did the Secretary of State's office sign off on countywide polling? I don't recall that they tried to intervene with 91 counties opting to do this.
No, they didn't intervene. When we took the idea to them, they looked at it and they said this looks like this would be a good solution along with other changes.
Did they intervene when these 91 counties chose to have countywide voting? Did the Secretary of State weigh in and say, oh wait, this could be a violation? There theoretically could be people who vote in multiple locations on one day.
I can't speak for them on what they actually did.
Okay, it's to me this seems like it is an overreach, an attempt. I would love to know about those irregularities, those audits that you talked about that maybe could find some truth to what happened, some tallying between the precincts and the county to maybe understand what your concern is here.
Okay, I'd love
because
to sit down.
what you're saying is theoretical, what could happen, and there's no evidence of it.
Okay, I would love to show you.
You're presenting a very weak case on why you're proposing to do away with countywide voting. But I thank you for answering my questions.
Senator Bettencourt, what purpose?
Ask questions of the author.
Do you yield, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Hall, I know that you know we've got an amendment coming to make sure that the bill itself, that nothing in the act will be construed to assume that we'll have precinct voting on early voting, correct?
That is correct.
Right, so this will mean that we'll have a precinct voting only on the day vote itself.
That is correct.
Right, because really what this is about is there's also a convenience to the voters issue here because, in their, like it was and, currently is in Lubbock County or other counties, you've got precinct voting, so people generally start out where they live and end up back where they live. That's why the polls are open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And so we're giving them the convenience of having that full day back at their home precinct.
That is correct.
Right, and so none of this will make sure that this amendment makes it clear that there's no precinct voting that can apply, Senator Alvarado, to any early voting votes. This is an amendment that we'll take here shortly. And I think it's a good combination of recognizing the obvious that you want to provide early voting to the widest possible range. But, there is a good argument for a precinct vote solution. And especially in Texas, where we still have conventions coming up for presidential elections and having people there after those polls close. So that's also convenience for the people of both political parties to go to their home poll and know where they're going for a precinct convention. True?
That is true. It's right in their neighborhood. So
right. Then that's it.
Neighborhood.
And because so we'll say this is a neighborhood friendly
absolutely
amendment coming up here. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Senator Bettencourt.
Senator Gutierrez, what purpose?
For a few questions, Mr. President.
Do you yield? Senator Hall, do you yield?
Yes, I do.
Senator Hall, what I want to know from you is which counties in particular did you see these instances of fraud or mistakes that happened? Which counties?
We're not talking about fraud. We're talking about accuracy.
Which counties?
Several counties, and I'd be glad to.
Which one, Senator Hall?
There have been a number of counties, but the whole question we do not know because there's no accountability. The system has no way of being audited.
Which county, Senator Hall? We're here to solve problems, real problems. I want to know what the instances of, please let me finish my question, sir. I want to know where this burning problem comes because this clearly, I see a hand, someone's holding a piece of paper in the air. I want to know which county specifically you saw where there was inaccuracies between precinct counties and between the precinct counts and the county counts. Which ones?
Two of them come to mind, or one is Harris County and one is Smith County.
It's funny because we did an audit for Harris County, did we not?
Yes.
And the then Secretary of State, John Scott, found that there was no fraud in Harris County, found that there were no issues there with regard to what you're talking about polling sites at countywide polling. He found none of that. And everybody, they can hold all the white cards that they want up. The fact is, there were no issues with countywide polling sites open on Election Day.
You only find what you look for.
Only find what you look for. Okay, so tell me about the data being so carefully guarded. What county did that happen in, Senator Hall?
all of the counties that have countywide voting, there is no way to audit from the precinct to the county to the state because of the way the votes are spread out. We have numerous reports, and I can get you videos of poll books being changed that contribute to the confusion.
Videos of poll votes being changed. Who took those videos?
Okay, if you'd like to come by office, I've got three-ring notebooks full of affidavits from individuals who have seen problems like what we're trying to solve with this particular activity.
And yet the Secretary of State has investigated all of those issues and found none of these things to be true.
You find what you look for.
He's the Republican-appointed Secretary of State, sir. He's a lawyer that's certified.
I was not part of the audit, so I can't speak to it at all.
And you're saying that these things, that somehow votes could get lost or switched, I think is what you're trying to dispel right now, that the counts could be different from the precincts and the counties. Is that correct? Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
We don't know, and this is a way to be able to audit.
Okay, so you don't know if that's, and when you say that votes were switched, then that's actually fraud, right? That's what you're saying.
I didn't say the votes were switched.
You just said that a second ago. You said that you could show me videos where people are switching their votes. Did you not say that?
No, I did not say that. I said there are videos of poll books being changed. That is the voters in the books, the poll books. That has nothing to do with, that is not the vote being changed.
Poll books being changed.
Correct.
Okay. And what was happening when those poll books were being changed? By whom?
We don't know because they can be remotely addressed.
Did somebody call the authorities?
Issue, that's only one side issue. The main issue is because with the votes spread out throughout the county for each of the precincts, it's virtually impossible to audit to make sure that the votes as they were cast throughout the county for the various precincts get accumulated, aggregated at the county level accurately.
And when these poll books were being changed, were they being changed by mistake, or were they being changed because of some fraudulent reason?
There is no way of knowing that.
Okay, so it could be fraud or it could be mistake, correct?
There's no way to tell. Those books can be remotely changed by anybody who has access to them.
Were poll books lost?
But that's not the issue.
Were poll books lost?
Huh?
Ask him to stay on.
Yeah. Okay.
Were poll books lost?
The poll books are not the issue. The issue is the fact that the votes are counted, spread for all the precincts throughout the entire county, and then they have to be aggregated when they get to the county level, and it is virtually impossible to do an audit to make sure they got aggregated.
And you're saying
properly.
These things happened by mistake? Yes or no?
Very well could be by mistake.
Could happen by mistake. All right. You have no evidence to prove anything that you're saying. There's not one article in any publication in the state of Texas that proves what you're saying. There's not a law enforcement officer that can prove up what you're saying. Correct? Correct?
I'm saying we don't know. There's nothing to be proven.
The Secretary of State has done these audits, and he's saying these things didn't occur on many publications. Houston Chronicle, Texas Tribune, I can open them up for you.
I don't know that what they audited addresses the issue we're talking about here.
All we know is that according to you, these things could happen by mistake. Things can get lost. You're the chair of Senate Administration, correct?
That is correct.
Is that how you lost the blue card that I gave you last night to your office? Just got lost.
Senator.
That's the truth.
Your attitude, your comments are out of line. Yes, they are. You stick on the bill. You don't talk about a chair and their work in a committee. You are no longer recognized. You put your mic up. Senator Eckhart, you're recognized.
To ask questions
For what purpose?
of the author, please.
Yes.
So, Senator Hall, I'm quoting directly from the Secretary of State's report entitled Report to the 88th Legislature under Section 43.007I, Texas Elections Code, relating to the countywide polling place program. Page 2, successful countywide precinct program. And I quote, to date, apologies, Siri got involved there for a moment. Quote, to date, 87 Texas counties have applied for and met the Secretary of State's requirement for the successful countywide precinct polling place designation. And the report goes on to say there are no security or fraud concerns surrounding voter center voting. But you refute that. Based on what?
I don't know what they did, how they did the audit, how they arrived at that conclusion. I don't know what they looked for. I know you will only find what you look for.
And you have said that before, you only find what you look for. So are you aware that precinct by precinct voter data exists in exactly the same form whether or not that vote was cast at a voting center or at the neighborhood polling location?
Say that again. I'm not sure I understand what you're talking about.
Precinct by precinct voter data is maintained by the county clerk in the same format whether or not the vote was cast at a neighborhood polling location or at a county-wide vote center. So the data does exist and it was audited.
But it has to be aggregated when it's spread all over the county to come back together again. And I don't know that that was ever audited.
So your bill would prefer us to have the most disaggregated system.
No. The most
How do you figure?
By voting in your precinct, all of the votes cast in a precinct for any particular candidate would be clearly identifiable.
And then all of those votes would, of course, have to be transported to a central location
That's
for
correct.
aggregation.
Again, that's correct.
So how is it safer to have more and smaller polling locations scattered throughout the county to come back to a central location?
Less aggregation.
Say that again?
Less aggregation from the fewer precincts because all the precinct data will be collected in one location.
So how is it that you arrived at the bracket that's going to come up in the, or perhaps I should just wait until that amendment comes. So I'll wait on that. So there are now 91 counties. You are aware, of course, that the countywide election system was piloted over a number of years by the Secretary of State, correct?
Yes.
So the Secretary of State started very small with just 2 counties, correct?
I was not a part of it, but I imagine they probably did.
Are you aware what the first 2 counties were that chose county-wide voting locations?
No, I'm not.
Would you hazard a guess whether it would be a big county or a small county?
Probably one of those 2.
The first 2 counties that wanted to pilot countywide voting locations were Erath and Lubbock.
Okay.
So we'll get to it on this amendment, but I think it's curious that I will be curious to find why you draw the line on your bracket that you do. What percentage of people voted at county-wide polling locations in the November 2022 election cycle?
I'm sorry, say it again.
What percentage of the electorate chose to go to a county-wide polling location rather than their precincts in the 2022 November election?
I really don't know, and with what I'm trying to do, it's really irrelevant.
Well, it won't be irrelevant to those people who can no longer take advantage of that convenience.
It will be convenient as getting to their homes because it will be in their neighborhood, but it'll be the precinct they live in. And it can't get much more convenient than voting in your own neighborhood.
Let's talk about that convenience then. So 70% of the electorate went to a countywide polling location in the November 2022 election. 70%. So 70% of the electorate found a countywide voting location more convenient than their neighborhood precinct.
Okay. This bill, this change is about security, not putting convenience ahead of security, not sacrificing security for convenience.
Well, you keep mentioning security, and yet you can produce no corroborated evidence of any security issue. And you also have stated multiple times that it's convenient to go to your neighborhood, and yet 70% chose not to. But let me ask you another thing about your neighborhood polling location. So neighborhood polling locations, where are they usually? Aren't they usually in a public school?
They're located in lots of different places.
They are often located in schools, though, aren't they?
Pardon?
They're often located in schools, aren't they?
It varies all over the state.
So you are aware, of course, that schools are choosing not to offer up their spaces for neighborhood polling locations because of the security concerns now. Are you aware of that?
I've heard discussions on that.
So county clerks are finding it difficult to find neighborhood polling locations. Are you aware of that?
I've had no one come to me and talk about having difficulty in finding locations.
You might want to talk to some county clerks because I think they'll tell you. It's also a struggle for county clerks to locate ADA, Americans with Disabilities accessible polling locations. Are you aware of that?
I know it's a requirement and we've been able to meet it.
It's much easier.
And this bill will not change that.
It's far easier to meet Americans with Disability accessibility requirements in a county-wide location than it is in neighborhood polling locations. Also, the precincts change. The precinct lines change, correct?
Every 10 years. They're reevaluated. Some don't change. Not all precinct lines change.
Well, actually, commissioners also redistrict for their JP and constable districts, correct?
Yes.
So those lines do change, and the polling locations themselves, even without precinct lines changing, can change from election cycle to election cycle, correct?
Precinct lines?
No, polling locations within the precinct.
That's up to the local folks in charge of the elections to put them where they want to put them.
So I'll give you an example. In my own neighborhood, if it is a election that takes place in May, it's at the school. Because but if it's an election that takes place in November, it's at the church. So the polling location changes.
This has nothing to do with that. That's their choice. That's local control. Now, if you want us to add something to the bill along that line to control where they're going to put the locations, I would not be in favor of doing that.
What I'm trying to highlight here is that I have yet to hear any corroborated security issues with countywide polling locations, and I have heard easily refutable suggestions of convenience about neighborhood polling locations that the numbers simply don't support, since 70% of the electorate did not choose their neighborhood polling location and instead chose the convenience of a countywide polling place. But thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Whitmire, what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield?
Do you yield?
Yes.
say, Senator Hall, did you say it only applies to the 2 largest counties? Did I hear that?
No, sir. The bill as written applies to all counties.
When you say as written, I mean, what do you?
Yes.
What about the one?
I've been told there might be an amendment. The bill as written applies to all counties.
Well, what got my attention was, and it kind of disturbs me, if we start continuing to have one set of practices for the urban areas and another set of practices for the rural, it was leading me to ask you, does this bill even apply to your district?
Yes, it does. The bill as written, because I agree with you. I have a real hard time myself with these bills that apply to either just the small counties or just the large counties or just the middle-sized counties or somebody's home county. I think they should apply to all counties, and that's the way I wrote the bill. We did have someone that indicated they wanted to try to put an amendment on that would limit it.
It concerns me as I sit here and have watched in recent sessions, we continue to have 2 Texas, whether we're talking about schools or voting practices, law enforcement. I just think it's wrong. So we kind of should look at this like we're all in this together. So the good news is it does apply to your district.
Yes, it does. And I agree with you. I don't like having 2 Texas myself. I think what we do
that
should
leads me to the lack of the merits. And in all due respect, I just really think you're misinformed about the practices in an urban setting like Houston. As Senator Eckhart said, 70% of the people chose not to vote in their neighborhood. In Harris County, they're voting at the courthouse downtown. So that shows the convenience. And I understand your concern about we can't look to convenience and compromise security. There's probably not a better secure site than at the courthouse. And I'm going to speak briefly against it on final passage. I want the members to recognize, from my vantage point, you're making a bad vote, and I know you don't intend for this to be partisan, but in Harris County, the people that use countywide voting more than anyone are the Republican voters. They're coming from Katy, Texas, working in the med center, and they can't get back in time to vote. Kingwood, Clear Lake, Baytown, it's a huge geographic area that they need to be able to vote safely with proper audits wherever they find themselves on election day. And to restrict it to just election day, I think that's even worse than early voting, because on election day, if you get tied up because of our weather or of our traffic, you don't have another day. So it's not like people live perhaps as organized as your neighborhood. In an urban setting, when you have to deal with traffic, our weather, you need the flexibility to vote wherever you find yourself on election day. And I just think it's a huge mistake, and I'm not sure that it's going to solve anything. In terms of the audit, what is it? I'm having a hard time following you. Where your votes got to do with the audit or the accountability of a verifiable election? So let's take a site downtown at the courthouse. You vote there, or if you vote at the Katy County Annex, what has that got to do with counting the votes properly?
It's not one location. It's that the votes are cast in multiple locations for precincts that are spread all over the county.
Well, that's what you'd have under a
neighborhood. That's what it does. And so there's no way to easily aggregate those and confirm that the votes that arrive in the county and central counting actually are the sum of the votes that were spread all over the county, because there is no audit that's done at that level. By voting in the precinct, it will be very easy to do a one-for-one comparison between what the precinct votes were and what the county got.
Do you have any idea how many precincts we have in Harris County? Hundreds, if not thousands. And so I just don't think you understand the size and scope of our process, and it's got some flaws, there's no question. But I'm just not so sure if you make me go back to my precinct, you're going to be able to have a better accounting than someone that votes at a county annex on North Shepherd or in Humble or somewhere. So I guess we just have a different understanding of the process, and I'm just not sure who planted this idea in your head, But I respect your right, but I'm of the opinion it's going to be very unpopular with people that are used to voting in safe, reliable, easy access, parking, etc. And now you're going to tell them, if you work in a med center and you live in Clear Lake, and you'd plan to take off at 3 or 4 to go vote, but you find it's 5 or 6, you're not going to make it home on election day. And I don't think it's voter suppression on your part as much as voter interference. And so I want to make a closing statement in a minute, just be on real solid ground with the people that live in my county that I'm in favor of countywide voting. So, in all due respect, let's move on, I suppose.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
17 ayes, 12 nays. The rules suspended. Chair lays out in second reading Senate Bill 990. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 990 relating to elimination of the countywide polling place program.
There is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment. I believe everyone has it.
Floor amendment number 1 by Betancourt.
Senator Betancourt.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. And members, this amendment just clarifies that nothing in the act will be construed to impact polling locations used for early voting by personal appearance or to prevent a voter from casting a ballot at any branch polling place in the territory served by the early voting clerk. And I think it's acceptable to the author.
Yes, it is, Senator. It's the way the bill is actually written, but this is like belts and suspenders to confirm that it's actually for Election Day only. And thank you for the amendment.
Thank you.
Any objection? Hearing none. Amendment is adopted. You recognize passage to engrossment.
So moved, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
17 ayes, 12 nays. You passed to engrossment. Senator Whitmire, did you want to say something?
Just briefly, Mr. President.
Do you want to do it on third reading? This is just...
That'd be
okay, we'll do that.
I'm sorry.
We'll hold here, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Yes. Chair recognizes Senator Huffman for a motion to grant the House request for appointment to a conference committee on HB 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, I move that the Senate, excuse me, let me find my notes, that the Senate grant the request of the House for a conference committee on the committee substitute to House Bill 1 and that conferees be appointed.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Are there any motions to instruct? The following conferees. Secretary, read the conferees.
Conference Committee on House Bill 1. Senator Huffman, Chair. Members, Senators Nichols, Kolkhorst, Creighton, and Schwartner.
Chair recognizes Senator Huffman for a motion to not concur on House amendments to Senate Bill 30.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, I move that the Senate refuse to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 30 and request appointment of a conference committee.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Any motions to instruct? The following conferees. Secretary, read the conferees.
Conference Committee on Senate Bill 30. Senator Huffman, Chair. Members, Senators Nichols, Kolkhorst, Creighton, and Schwartner.
Members, this will be the last bill on this day before our quick recess. Senator Hughes, you're recognized to spend the regular order of business on SB 1446.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 1446. This is a bill that's come through the State Affairs Committee to make sure that for our state pensions, money that our retirees are relying on, retired teachers, state employees, and other pension funds, that the money is invested for financial returns, not for any other ends, political, left, or right. That's what the bill does, and I move suspension.
Any objection? Hearing none. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1446. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1446 relating to the fiduciary responsibility of the governing body of the public retirement systems in this state.
Following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Hughes.
Senator Hughes, on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we're open to Senator Huffman on this because this has to do with the reporting requirements, making sure that because different companies have different fiscal years, this allows them to go with their annual report. That's all the bill does. And it's acceptable to me as the author of the bill, and I move its adoption.
Any objection? Hearing none. Amendment is adopted. You recognize on passage to engrossment.
Mr. President, move passage to engrossment.
Objection? Hearing none. Bill passed to engrossment. You recognize suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
That's my motion.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
25 ayes, 4 nays. The rule suspended. Chair lays out third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 1446. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1446 relating to the fiduciary responsibility of the governing body of the public retirement systems in this state.
Senator Johnson. What purpose?
Quick statement on the bill.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Hughes, I know you've worked with stakeholders and heard from a lot of people, and this current iteration of the bill is, I think, a noble step away from some of the problems that were in the initial version. We are still venturing into interference with private flow of capital and the independent judgment of people who own private businesses. And I want to make sure that as this bill moves through the process, you don't stumble over the progress that you've made, and I think it could possibly be. There's still language in here. I can't pinpoint it at the moment. First of all, stating from Senate Bill 13 and in this bill that judgments that are going to be made by financial money managers are going to be based strictly on pecuniary interests, reasonable risk analysis, and not on the basis of social, environmental, or governance issues. As this moves through the process, I hope you will keep a close eye on whether the built-in prohibitions on consideration of environmental, social, and governance issues might actually interfere with that independent fiscal judgment. And between now and the end of the session, I may visit with you on that topic. I want to make sure that an incidental benefit in the social, environmental, or governmental respect that results through an action that is based solely on financial motivations doesn't disqualify the exercise of independent judgment with financial motivations. And if it did that, I think you would agree it's interfering with your motives, correct? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
The motion is on final passage.
Mr. President, thank you. We've made great progress in teacher retirement system. We want to ensure that all of our retirees are taken care of and that the people we're paying to manage their money focus on financial returns. And with that, I move final passage.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
25 ayes, 4 nays. The bill is finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Members, the President's desk is clear. Any announcements? The Chair recognizes the Senate for a highly privileged motion.
Mr. President, members, I move that we adjourn until 4:15.
Any objection? Hearing none. Senate stands adjourned for about 60 seconds to 4:15.